Let's call the select board meeting to order for Monday, November 23. It is 7:05. First order of business, review agenda for addition, removal, or adjustments of any items. I don't think we have anything. Do we?
One item to add, and that is a grant application authorization request to apply to the VTrans Transportation Alternatives Program to resubmit an application for the reconstruction of Basin Street.
Okay.
Maximum funding there is only
like after number 3.
What was that?
Would you like to put that after number 3?
Or under other business?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm writing it down, but don't let me forget. Okay. So everybody's aware, Zoom meeting, make sure yourself's muted. If you need to talk, either send a chat, raise a hand, and we will go from there. Public forum. Anybody who would like to say something that's not on the agenda that's less than 5 minutes? Okay, next. Fire Chief Brett LaRose, an interview with firefighter candidate David Fernandez for appointment to the Bristol Fire Department. Brett, we'll give it to you.
Everyone, can you hear me okay?
Can hear you. You're a little low, but we can hear you.
Okay. We're trying to practice our physical distancing here with limited technology capabilities, so please bear with us. But yes, thank you for seeing us this evening. Tonight I come before you with a prospective candidate, Mr. David Fernandez. David moved to Bristol about 6 months ago. He originally from the town of Pittsburgh, and after high school, David joined the military and was in the service for 6 years prior to being medically discharged this past year. But David came to me a few weeks back and expressed an interest in joining the Bristol Fire Department. He wants to get involved in the community he resides in. I've had an opportunity to sit down with David and talk about what's involved with being a Bristol firefighter. David's had the opportunity to come to our last staff meeting, to observe, to be a part of the group. He came and observed our training this past Wednesday night. We conducted a formal interview with David. Valerie participated, as well as Deputy Chief Foreign and Assistant Chief Kevin LaRose and myself. And background checks have been completed. We have no concerns with bringing David on board. And again, just wanted to bring him before you this evening for your consideration and to provide you an opportunity to ask David any questions you might have.
Hi, David. Welcome aboard. Anybody have any questions for David or Brett? Okay, wow.
Thank you for your service.
No. What was that, Darla?
I just said thank you for your service.
Yes. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Somebody do you guys want to make a motion?
I make a motion. We accept the application.
Okay, second? Okay, Darla seconds. Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye, wave your hand. Any opposed? Okay, welcome aboard, David.
Thank you very much, folks. Appreciate your time this evening. We look forward to having David on board.
Great.
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you very much, you guys.
Have a good evening.
You
You
too.
too.
Have a good night. Okay, next, request from Superintendent Patrick Reed to provide an update on Mount Abraham Union School District matters.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for allowing me some time tonight on the meeting. I think my hope tonight is to give a brief overview of the context and some of the challenges that we're going through, as many of you may be aware of already. And really tonight's goal for me is, in addition to providing that context and answering some questions that you may have, is to understand, and this is something I'm doing with all 5 towns, talking with the select board members and any community members that the select board allows to be part of the conversation, to understand, as we contemplate these really tricky financial conditions and trying to think about the best path forwards as we try to be good stewards of public dollars and student education. And as we consider school closure as a possible mechanism for finding savings, trying to understand from each town what makes up the fabric of the town and what role the school plays in that fabric. And so in this case, I'm talking specifically about Bristol Elementary School. And in full transparency, the scenarios that we're exploring right now, none of them look to close Bristol Elementary School, which is not necessarily true of the 4 outlying towns. But there's potential to repurpose Bristol Elementary School, change grade configuration. So some potential for different kind of change, but perhaps not closure. So I do think Bristol Elementary is in a little different position than some of the other schools because of its, central location and certainly its size. It's a little different. So really my hope is to hear about the school and its role in that fabric of the town. And I think to help you think about that, it's important to set the context. So the context is really one of a financial concern, and it's driven by primarily a sort of an allowed spending per equalized pupil that the state sets. So to clarify equalized pupil, there's a formula that's established at the state level, which tries to account for the different costs to educate students that have different needs. So a student who's on an IEP is weighted differently than a student who isn't. Secondary students are weighted differently from elementary students to account for the higher cost to provide the kind of programming that we would come to expect at a secondary level. So this formula produces an equalized pupil count, and the state sets an amount that we can spend per equalized pupil before a penalty kicks in. Right now, as we look 5 years out, assuming we make no staffing changes, we make no changes to facilities, the number of facilities we operate, et cetera, and assuming we have the increasing expenses that we might expect, and assuming we have the decreasing enrollment that we expect, 5 years from now, we could be as much as $6.5 million over that spending threshold. And the penalty for exceeding that threshold is a dollar for dollar penalty. So 6.5 million over the spending threshold means 6.5 million that we pay in penalties. Probably our community is not too keen on $6.5 million in penalties. We are going to be asking that question in a survey later on, but that's the presumption right now, is that that's not something that's tolerable. I mentioned the formula that produces the equalized pupil. There is something in the works in the legislature this session. It was gaining a lot of momentum pre-COVID. Obviously, it's taken a back seat during these COVID times, but is expected to be sort of front and center again this next legislative session. And that's something called the weighting study, which looks to make changes to that formula. If the weighting study is advanced, and there are 3 or 4 different possibilities on what some of the changes to that weighting study might be, and the impact will differ for us a bit depending on which scenario is selected, if any are, by the legislature. But that could grow that 6.5 million over the next 5 years to closer to $8 million over the threshold in those 5 years if that weighting study takes effect. So some really significant financial challenges that we really have to navigate. And it's, as I mentioned, it's in part because of escalating costs that we have been controlling. Our proposed sort of draft FY22 budget right now is, I think, 6% larger, maybe 4% larger than the FY17 budget was. So really looking at, very modest increases in expenses. Fortunately for us, when we have reductions in enrollment, which translates into reduction in equalized pupil, even really, really managing our expenses still sees a steep increase in our cost per pupil. So that's really the reason why we're having these conversations, and understanding that we need to really think about how we approach this situation, not necessarily just from a deficit perspective, right? I think it's really easy to go into the deficit mindset here because of the challenge, but we can't. We're not in a position where our outcomes for students are so high, and what we're doing for our students is producing the kinds of outcomes that we can look to do less. We have to continue to think about how to do things differently and continue to find ways to improve outcomes for students despite these challenges. That's a daunting task, as you can imagine, but it's one I think that we have a responsibility to pursue. So that's just a little bit of the context. Thinking about Bristol Elementary School, it has remained steadier than some of the other schools in recent years. Its enrollment this year is I think it stands at about 254 students right now. In the past, it has had as many as 497. So even though it has remained steady recently, it has experienced significant decline in the last, decade or two. I know even from personal experience, when I taught there 15 years ago now, I guess it is, maybe a little bit more. Time flies when you're having fun, right? I was one of 4 6th grade classroom teachers, and there are now 2. So I think even that's sort of telling in terms of what's happened in the time since I started teaching there many moons ago. As a district, we've lost 300 students in the last 10 years. We're projected to lose about another 200 over the next 10 years. So declining enrollment's a real thing. We are experiencing it, and it is having an impact. And we're reaching out to try and explore ideas and work through this together, because decisions that we're going to be making are going to impact everyone in one way or another. So that's a really brief sort of overview of the context. Happy to answer any clarifying questions about the context, but would love to get into an understanding of how you see the Bristol Elementary School as a component to what makes Bristol, Bristol.
So Patrick, let me ask you a clarifying question here. I know you guys are considering the outer lying schools and possible closure. What do you do with those kids then? Do they all come to the elementary school here in Bristol?
So that's part of the question, right? Is looking at, so I should clarify, and this is a very, very significant clarification. The only way a school closes is if the electorate in that town votes to close it.
Right.
Yeah. I think we can all recognize that's a pretty high bar.
Yeah.
If that were to happen, the building itself the town would have the option to buy the building for $1 and assume its debt and everything that comes along with it. If it has any. Most of our schools don't have debt. Lincoln has the most significant, probably Robinson way behind Lincoln, but perhaps has the next most. And the town would have to use that building, possess that building for 5 years before it could choose to liquidate it if it decided that's what it wanted to do. If the town chooses not to buy the building, it stays with the district, and the district has the option to, do with it as it sees fit. The question about where do the students go depends on a lot of different factors. So most of the scenarios we're looking at involve the potential of more than one school being closed. So it could be a matter of, it's really a matter of looking at which schools would we continue to operate, and given which schools we operate, that would drive a lot of where the other students from the other towns would go. So it could be that a town has some portion of its students going one place and a different portion of its students going somewhere else, depending on how we think about, the geographic boundaries for who attends what school. It could be as simple for some as absorbing another, right? So Bristol has capacity to absorb really one or more schools. That could be something that makes sense. Those are all things that we're exploring currently. I think to put it in context, though, all of the students we have now in our 6 schools could fit in Bristol and Mount Abe. So that gives you a sense of kind of the overhead that we're carrying, which is a contributing factor to the cost per equalized pupil. I'll also add, one of the things we're talking about is a potential merger with Addison Northwest, which would consolidate central offices, which is also an overhead expense in the operation of a school district. So really exploring a lot of different avenues to help us navigate this and find that best path forward. Unfortunately, I've come to grips with the fact that there is not a path forward that leads to everyone sort of cheering and dancing in the streets. Any path forward means there are likely to be some people that are supportive of it and others that are very much against whatever we do, which is the unfortunate reality, I think. So that was a long way to answer your question, but.
Well, that leads me to another question. And I know in our district, none of the outer-line schools can close without the vote of town. What happens if they all decide, no, we're not closing? I mean, then we're on that path of that $6 to $8 million over that we're all going to have to absorb. Correct?
Yeah, that's the question, right? So the question is really what does it mean to lose $6.5 million in spending allowance? That equates to roughly 66 of our 300 positions that we'd have to reduce to find that savings, if those savings aren't coming from, facilities or central office consolidation or some of those other things that require voter approval. When we start to look at, that kind of a reduction, close to 25% of our staff, that's part of the concern. If that's what we need to do, reducing staff by 25% is going to have an impact on the kind of programming and supports that we offer our students. And so we're trying to walk that line of, we have a fiscal responsibility. Absolutely, as I talk with people about their town schools, they are passionate about their town schools, which is exactly what I want as superintendent, right? I want people to love their town school. I think that we strive to provide a service that people appreciate, and we're experiencing that. The double edge on that is it makes it really hard to make change when people have grown so fond of their schools. And those schools add tremendous value to a community. And I don't want to minimize that either. So we have this financial responsibility. We have the impact a school has on its town that people feel very passionate about. And we're trying to do the very best we can in providing the supports and programming that we want our students to have. And that's the needle we're trying to thread. And everyone has their idea on what should give in that equation. Do the taxes give and people just pay a lot more, without making any changes? And if we just let this solve itself on the backs of tax rates, we're looking at, before even talking about the weighting study change that could have an impact, we're looking at possibly a 70% increase in taxes over the next 5 years for those who pay based on their home's value. For the 2/3 of us that are paying based on our income, so we have that income sensitized factor, it's more like a 60 to 65% increase in their taxes. So obviously that's a pretty high bar as well to get past a vote of the electorate. So I think a potential reality is that it's a no to paying a lot more taxes and a no to closing schools, and that leaves us really struggling to find a way to provide our students with what we want to be able to provide them.
So you close the schools and there's always going to be somebody that loses their job, or you don't close the schools and you reduce your staff, whatever, by 25%. So your people are still going to be losing jobs.
That's exactly it, right? So with 75% of our budget or more being staff related expenses, there isn't a way forward that we save the kind of money we're talking about that doesn't significantly impact staff. A lot of the question is, we can reduce that impact some if some of the savings come from facilities operations, right? If there are 40 kids in a building or 240 kids in a building, it costs the same to heat it, it costs the same for electricity, it costs the same to plow the driveway. All those sorts of costs are still pretty fixed and growing. To some extent, you need similar custodial support to clean that same square footage. So if we don't find efficiencies through facilities, that means more of those efficiencies, more of those savings have to come from personnel. But there's also an efficiency, the fewer places we have our students spread out to, the greater efficiency we get with the staffing we do have. So even if, one scenario may have, even if we kept staffing constant, if that staffing was consolidated into fewer places, there's some efficiency that creates program savings. Even if the dollars don't change, there's a program efficiency that we can do more with the same level of staff in fewer places. So there are definitely advantages to that, but the disadvantages to everything that a town loses when it doesn't have its school in its community.
Anybody have any questions they want to? Go ahead, Ian.
So I have a few questions, Patrick. Obviously, I involved in this in terms of helping you folks with getting the word out and sort of.
You're the voice of clarity.
Breaking, well, yeah, the actual voice of clarity. I try to be. So I'm sure you've been asked this before, and I know it's not a huge change, but I'm curious to get your thoughts. With the COVID crisis and the amount of new people that have moved to Vermont, one of the ways that you can tell, other than real estate, is sort of the school districts. And I know that certain school districts have, had waiting lists for people and new students coming in. I'm curious about how that's changed during the last year, and what has MAUSD seen in terms of increases in both high school and sort of elementary schools.
Yeah, we really haven't seen. I hear a lot of anecdotal stories about people who know people who are going to be moving to the area or have moved to the area, but it hasn't really translated into anything significant anyway in terms of more students enrolled in schools.
Okay.
So we haven't seen that play out. Not that it may not play out. Where my mind goes when I hear that idea of, COVID migration or climate migration as a long-term solution, I guess my mind goes to maybe, but we're talking about in order to have enough students move in to completely resolve our financial challenges, we need over 300 students to move in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And that's just to account for the 6.5 million. To actually reverse the trend, we probably need another 100 students to account for what we anticipate losing from that point forward. So really 300 to 400 students moving in is what we need for that to be the solution. Obviously more students helps, but I don't have faith that 300 to 400 students are going to be moving in through climate migration or COVID migration.
Okay. Yeah.
5 to 10 years.
I didn't think so. In terms of, there was the Addy Indy article recently about this process. And a criticism from a committee member on the feasibility committee was that there hasn't been presented the financial information about this yet. And I'm curious about your thoughts on that. Is it just because it's not the right time to do that, or was something missed, or has there been a change in terms of how you're doing this? Because we hear numbers like the 6 million increase, and we have these 3 buckets that you're having to choose from, but without financial information attached to those buckets, I don't know how any resident in any of the towns could make a decision about closing a school without that kind of detail.
Agreed, and I wouldn't expect anyone to. And so from a process perspective, I'll be making a recommendation to the school board on December 7th, and they'll decide what, if anything, goes on a ballot for town meeting day. And then, as we talked about, the towns have a lot of authority in decision-making in this process.
Can I jump in? Is that recommendation one of those 3 buckets that the feasibility study outlined?
So it's actually, the recommendation's going to be one course of action.
Okay.
My presentation's going to include several different scenarios.
Oh, okay.
So I feel like my job that I'm charged with by the board is to explain, the work that happened in that study committee, and then I'll get to the criticism about the essential questions. One of them is cost. There are others as well. But I'm going to present to the board several different options, versions, possibilities that surfaced through the work with that facilities group, but really began over a year ago with the community engagement work to generate a list of potential options that then got kind of winnowed down a bit with the facilities group in conjunction with the work that NESDEC did in the demographics and the capacity study and on all of that. So my job, as I see it, is to help the board understand, here are a few different paths that we can take. And if we choose this path, here's what we can think our taxes and our schools might look like in 5 years. If we choose this other path, here's what you might see our taxes and our schools looking and feeling like in 5 years, and kind of walk them through several different paths that we can take. And at the end of that, I feel like I'm charged with saying, and this is the path I recommend we take. The board, so the board will have several options to consider, and they're going to know as superintendent which one I think we should pursue, and then they have to decide, do they agree with my assessment, or do they want to pursue one of those other paths that I laid out, or do they direct me to even go and do something different from what I've presented?
Okay. That's
Sort of the way the process works. And in terms of the criticism, in terms of the essential questions, the one you raised was around cost. I have a team of people working with me on a daily basis, crunching those cost figures for the various scenarios, and we're working that information really diligently and have been for some time. The criticism is fair in that group did not consider specific costs. They talked high level. Like, I think you can understand from a high level that operating fewer schools costs less than operating more schools.
right.
And that has an impact on how many people we get to have and where our dollars go. That's about the sort of surface level conversation that happened at the facilities group. The reason being is that group was formed not to be the group that decides what path for us to take, but that group was specifically charged as an advisory group to me as superintendent, as I'm making my recommendation. The board didn't want me basically going it alone to weigh the NESDEC study and everything we were hearing from the community as I made my recommendation. They wanted other community and board voices involved in that work. And that's what really created that facilities group. And because we as a central office are the ones that are responsible for producing those costs, and that group would have had the capability of doing the cost analysis that we're doing, that I didn't necessarily need their assistance in calculating the cost differentials of the various scenarios. That's the crunching that we need to do.
Okay.
Other questions that are on that list that group didn't consider, what would cross-training of staff need to look like if cross-training of was a solution? They're not necessarily educators. One person is a teacher, but generally speaking, that group isn't a group of educators that could necessarily weigh in on what cross-training of staff as a solution could or couldn't do for us. So there were a number of those essential questions that weren't necessarily a tremendous value add to my work of kind of doing the synthesis and analysis of everything we've heard. And then there were some that were significant that were going to be heavy lifts that they absolutely could provide a perspective that I needed on. And that's where they really spent their time. And this group met from May through last week, I think was the last meeting. So they invested quite a lot of time, even on the few questions that they did. So that's kind of what promoted that. And I know it was reflected in that article in a way almost to suggest there was something other than productive conversation happening in that group. And the reality is, and I sort of summarized it with this group last week, divergent thinking in this process does a couple of things at least. One, I think it highlights the challenge that we're facing, right? Different people have different ideas. This is a pretty complicated thing, and I wouldn't expect anything else. And even though there was one member that thought differently than the other three in this particular case, that one member's thinking is not alone in our community. He represents a portion of our community. So I found it actually very helpful to benefit from divergent thinking throughout this process. And I thank the group for that. And I thank that individual on that committee for being willing to share difference of opinion and different thinking, because I think that helps us get to better decisions.
Okay, great. I guess the only other thing, going back to your first initial ask in terms of what does the school mean for the community? I mean, for me, so I've been here in Bristol 14 years, and it's only in the last 4 years that I've had children. And I've become more involved in the school system, attending the community engagement, meetings and things like that, and even the meetings before that, where it was sort of put together by different residents of the towns. And so, it's become much more important to me. And of course, big picture is that the same with all of the towns, is that by having a school, an elementary school and a high school in your town, it makes your town much more inviting and engaging to people moving in, especially younger people and people who want to have kids or already have kids. And so the loss of a school for any community obviously is going to be very hard to deal with. But it's an integral part of the town. And I personally would hate to see it go, just because I have 2 kids who live down the street from it and who could walk there and go to school there. So.
Thank you.
Michaela, I'm going to let Michaela ask her question because she has to leave here shortly. So Michaela, if you want to go ahead.
Hi. Hopefully I remember them. I just typed them all out. I'm curious, a couple of different things. I'm curious when the community will get the information about the financial impact of these options. I know you're presenting it to the board in early December. Is the community made aware of the implications of these 3 options at the same time as the board is? After it's on the ballot, depending on what the board decides which option they would like to go with?
Yeah, so Krista Siringo is on the call here. She's a Bristol resident, is the chair of the Community Engagement Committee. She can fill in some of the details, but so I'm presenting on December 7th. That presentation will include lots and lots of financial data as well as other data. Opportunities at that community engagement event, that presentation to the board, for the community to generate questions, which will help us organize a separate community engagement kind of Q&A opportunity or opportunities in the month of December, maybe into January, leading up to the board's decision on what they want to do, right? So I'm presenting a recommendation to the board. They're going to have their own questions that evening that I present, and they're going to want to hear from their constituents. And they're going to be creating multiple opportunities before they have to make a decision in January as to what, if anything, goes on the ballot, to hear from their constituents. So there will be opportunities for sure.
And then my other question was just, do we know what the financial impact would be to our budget to close 1 or 2 of the outlying schools, the smaller schools? And what that, not just the immediate impact to our budget, but looking at that 5 years out, $6 million, I feel like, there needs to be some advocating at the state level from all of us, because that's kind of where it's coming from the top down. And then the boards and superintendents are left to kind of pick up the pieces and try and do the best for kids as you can in a bad situation financially. So thinking big picture and long term, does closing 1 or 2 schools help more in the short term? Or is that a longer term thing? Are we going to be here again in 2 or 3 years having the same conversation?
Yeah, I think that's a question. And there's a lot in there in terms of the advocacy, component to your question or your statement too. There's a couple of different ways to look at savings from the closure of a school. One is actual savings in the dollars that come from not having to plow the parking lot and keep the lights on and all those sorts of operational costs. There's also we can anticipate every building needs work over time, right? So they all need a new roof eventually, or the boilers are going to go, or some of those sorts of things. There's a cost associated with that. perhaps the more significant cost is in the lack of efficiency in how we utilize our staffing from a program perspective. And, you know, I've sort of come, and we may learn differently, but I'm working from a place of cost is fixed. And I think cost is fixed at the spending threshold, because I don't have any reason to believe, and again, the survey results may give me reason, but I don't have any reason to believe that our community is going to support a proposed budget that has many, many dollars, whether it's hundreds of thousands or millions of tax penalties that come along with it. If we operate from that belief that cost is fixed at the spending threshold, then how we best spend those dollars, how efficiently we spend those dollars, is what makes the difference of what we can offer in terms of programming and support for kids. If some of those dollars are going into the lights on and the plowing of the parking lot and cleaning the building, those dollars don't go into classroom teachers and interventionists and those sorts of things that are providing more of a direct support to students. Likewise, you know, if we have staffing spread between multiple buildings that are, you know, operating at less capacity than what they have the capability for, we're losing something in those inefficiencies as well from a program perspective. Again, costs are fixed. What we lose then is what we can offer our kids for those dollars. So that's sort of the ways I'm thinking about cost in that perspective. I'm not sure school closure alone is sufficient in the long term. And that depends on how many schools and what actually happens with our enrollment projections. Like that's part of the trick, is there are so many moving pieces here. We do our best to make projections given our historical data, given what we know about what our forecast is. And, you know, we've paid people to help us understand what those projections might be. The reality is they're still projections. And that's a hard thing to be making important decisions based on projections. But it's all we're ever going to have when we're looking at 2 or 3 or 5 years out. There are no guarantees, unfortunately, in this. When I think about the potential of savings from a combination of things like closure and merger, I start to think maybe there is an opportunity there for something that's sustainable for the long term. And those are some of the figures that I'll be presenting as I explore, you know, here's what it could look like if we keep all of our schools open. And one of those scenarios is going to say, here's what it looks like if we just let the taxis do whatever they're going to do and we keep the staffing where we want it. Here's what it looks like if we control taxes and we let the staffing reductions go as far as they need to go to keep everything open. I'm going to explain, you know, in a school closure scenario, here's what could be realized if we close what I think are the most schools practical, sort of give that perspective, and then separate, but perhaps in combination, here's what we can expect for savings and a consolidation. And we can start to, you know, it becomes almost an a la carte kind of feature in terms of a little bit of this and a little bit of that, from a cost savings to an efficiency perspective. Maybe we can find a path forward that people can get behind enough, at least, to make something happen. To me, the worst case scenario is we continue forward without some sort of a long range plan, right? So our numbers for sure are not going to be exact. The trend, I think, is very reliable. And we have to be prepared for that. And we have to be intentional in what we do moving forward, because you know, there are plenty who advocate in light of COVID and everything else that we shouldn't do anything now. Not doing anything is actually doing something. Not doing anything is letting us chip away, you know, 15 positions a year for the next 5 years. And that's doing something. That's what we've been doing for the past 5 years. We've cut 37 positions in the last 5 years. And then we project the need to cut 66 more in the next 5 if we don't do something else. 100 positions out of 350. It's a lot. We're going to feel that. Kids are going to feel that. We need to have a plan.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? for
Yeah, I
Becky?
got it. Go ahead, Darrell.
Go ahead, Darla.
Thanks. Hi, Patrick. I have a couple of questions. And at first, I really want to commend all of you. I've been to many of your meetings throughout the last year. You guys have done a great job in trying to include the community as much as possible. So thanks for all of that work. I know it's been a lot for both you and Krista. A couple of the things that I think of when you ask about what does this school mean to the community. I mean, I had the good luck to live next door to an elementary school for almost 20 years. They were great neighbors. Terry Everts, to yourself, all of those folks who were the principals there.
That's many a kickball, I think, out of your backyard.
Oh yeah, many a kickball. It gave me a unique position in watching kids on the playground every day, seeing, you know, people that work there and their interaction. But more than that, for the school, I think for a lot of people and a lot of the parents on this call, I think will agree with me, is that's where you meet your neighbors. That's where you become part of the community. And I think that's something that we don't want to overlook. And while Bristol isn't sort of on that block, I think that's important to understand. And, you know, that's where you meet the town clerk and you meet you meet different people in your community, the mailman, the grocer, all of that, neighbors and friends. When I think of the important friendships in my life, I met them at the elementary school when my kids started kindergarten, and when I had a childcare and they were coming, it was half day childcare and they were coming back and forth and all of that. So I think those connections are very real and very important. They're not just nice, they're what make up a community. It's beyond.
It's been consistent in every conversation I've had with every town so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important to say that. While we're talking about these numbers that have been projected, I know Michaela brought it up, and I think Ian, you brought it up as well. In talking to Montpelier, I think we need to be shouting from the rooftops that there needs to be a change. This is not acceptable. This will make towns in Vermont unaffordable to live in. They'll become ghost towns. We saw that several years ago, when things started to change tax-wise in Vermont. Some towns really, there were vacant storefronts. It's just going to be a place where we cannot afford to live. I mean, I'm thinking, of all of those numbers. I think we're all doing the math in our heads and what we can afford and what we can't. So I think that's just another important piece to bring to mind. I also think that when we look at this, I mean, I'm thinking from my own pocketbook, from my own checkbook. When I see nothing but outgo, I try to find ways to bring income. And I know that there's been ideas brought up to you several different times, like, can these buildings, while we try to keep our children safe in our community and limit the amount of public access to these buildings, is there a way that it can be done safely where, what are the needs of our community? One of the needs I know that's been brought up in discussion has been like a dialysis center. Could something like that be added to one of these buildings and bring income and serve the community? Childcare, we know there's about half of the spots that are, half of the families that need childcare aren't getting it because there's not spots available. Could that be something that could be added to a school system building? Those are just a couple of things that I know that have come up at different meetings. And I'm wondering, is there a way, and I don't know if it's possible to bring in enough of a difference, but is there a way to bring income in instead of outgo? I understand that our children and their education is clearly important, but is there a way to make some of these buildings, if they're not being utilized fully, to create some business and income for that could help offset some of this? So that's just another question that I had. I'm wondering about.
I'm starting to lose my capacity to hold all of your questions and think about my responses. Can I respond to that one? And then
please go ahead. Go ahead. I got a bunch more. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I'll talk about the childcare piece first, and I'll include pre-K in that as well as childcare. We are exploring the possibility of doing something more or different with our pre-K and combining that with a childcare option. Part of what we're hearing is, it's great that a lot of families have access to this 10 hours of free pre-K programming that comes through the tax dollars. but 10 hours is tricky for most of our families that have 2 working parents to coordinate drop off and pick up and all of that. So we're trying to find a way to sort of combine some childcare to support that, or even complement that 10 hours to make for sort of a work day or 2 work day or a work week option for families.
So a wraparound service, so
We've
to
been
speak.
exploring this is trying to be careful for unintended consequences, right? We don't want today's solutions to be tomorrow's problems. And we, in working with our pre-K coordinator, so we share a pre-K coordinator with Addison Central and Addison Northwest.
Mhm.
It's been really instrumental in these conversations to help us think through, on the one extreme, if we said, pre-K for all students in MAUSD are going to be included in our tax assessment, and all 3 and 4-year-olds could start coming to pre-K, there's an unintended consequence there in that a lot of private providers make their sort of earnings on the 3 and 4-year-old services that they provide. Because of the number of adults they need to have and that ratio of adults to infants and toddlers, it's hard to make a profit on the infants and toddlers. If we bread and butter away, which are the 3 and 4-year-olds, and they can't afford to stay open, the unintended consequence there is we create a real challenge where I think people are feeling the pinch even more so, which is with those infants and toddlers right now. So we're trying to, understand that we exist as a school system in an environment that is much more encompassing than just a school system. And we want to be good neighbors and, help produce a system that works, not just a school system that works. So we've been trying to navigate that and understand that a little more. When I think more broadly about the revenue generating, attracting more students is a revenue generator, right? Like the more students we have, the more we get to spend because of that spent cost per pupil. But from a space rental kind of concept in terms of revenue generating, we actually looked into that last fall. Working with a local business who kind of knows these figures and what the going rates are, we estimated that we would need to rent out about 150 classrooms to kind of make a dent in our financial situation. We don't even have 150 classrooms in our school district. So that pretty quickly, though there's some advantages from a community service perspective and a more holistic approach, that as an approach as a standalone falls unfortunately way short of where we need to get from a financial perspective. We did definitely look into that. And again, that may be something to consider for other reasons, but that's not the solution to our finances, unfortunately.
No, I appreciate that. And I realize none of these questions are the answer, but maybe perhaps a combination of things. And I can talk to you more about the childcare thing. We'll do that on another call. I've got a lot of information about that. My other question, I think you've probably, through some of the other questions that have been asked, have been answered, but I'm just looking through my notes real quickly. Sorry. Can you speak a little bit more about the possible consolidation with Addison Northwest a little bit?
Sure. So as we're looking at that, we're about 50% larger than Addison Northwest from a student enrollment perspective, and they're going through essentially the same exact conversations that we are. They're probably a year ahead of us in terms of being on the sort of at the cliff of their financial struggles. And we're realizing, there's a fair bit of overhead that's necessary. I'm not saying it isn't necessary in operating a district, right? So a district, whether it's a single $20 million district or 2 combined that make it a $50 million district, like to some extent, the numbers are bigger that you work with, but you don't need 2 superintendents. You don't need 2 business managers. There's an efficiency in merging into a newly formed district that eliminates a considerable amount of overhead that contributes to our cost per pupil. So from a purely practical standpoint, geographically, financially, et cetera, it makes some sense to explore that and realize some of the benefits from the central office perspective. Additionally, and these savings would be even more significant, an example I like to give is if Mount Abe is running an AP English class with 7 students and Virgins is running an AP English class with 7 students, well, our total compensation, the average total compensation for a professional in our school district is $80,000. So when we think about the cost efficiency with 2 districts in close proximity, each running a kind of program like that, that's enrolled at less than 50% capacity, it costs a lot to do that.
Mhm.
We could save considerable dollars and still offer AP English by considering a secondary merger as well. So it's a strategy, both from a central office efficiency perspective, but also from an instructional efficiency perspective at the secondary level to save dollars. And I would say at a bare minimum, maintain programming, in all likelihood, expand programming and still save considerable dollars. So I think that's the value add in looking at that. The challenge would be, the identity we've come to form around the Eagles or the Commodores. We need to come together,
Mhm.
getting a new district that is a new high school effectively and a new middle school effectively with a new identity. So we'd be reshaping an identity together with a neighboring community. And that's both exciting and challenging, as you can imagine, and not unprecedented. We already share a food service director. We already share a football team, a lacrosse, and there are other things that we share. We have, I think we had a student from Virgins on our field hockey team. So there are both formal and less formal ways that we partner, much more so with Addis Northwest than anyone else currently. So I think that also is part of what created this kind of organic interest in exploring that. So I don't know if that was you're thinking of. That's my on that, but there may be something more specific that you were looking for me to talk to.
No, that's exactly what I was looking for. So I appreciate that. So my last question that I'll ask you tonight is, with changing teaching styles due to, COVID has made us think of things that were impossible that are now possible. And again, while I think if there was a merger of the 2 schools, I think, again, we've learned how to think outside the box really well, and it's not as scary as it was 10 months ago. I'm wondering about the way that learning is now delivered. And of course, I'm thinking more at the high school level than elementary school kids, but I know that happens there too. With the online services being offered, with the changes there, how do you see that affecting, or do you see that affecting staff? And would there be, is that something I don't know, maybe I'm asking too many questions here, and maybe this is a different conversation, but I'm wondering about, will online opportunities be offered to kids beyond the pandemic? And how does that affect staffing and in-house sort of numbers? And I feel like that has a bigger effect than we could have thought of 10 months ago. And I'm just wondering how that figures into all of this.
I guess the first point is to be clear, prior to COVID, there were already online opportunities. So I'm thinking about virtual opportunities and the Vermont Virtual Learning Collaborative. Those are 2 things that existed prior to and exist currently and will exist after. There is no question our experience during COVID will change the way people teach going forward. And there is no question, for the vast majority of students, exclusively remote learning isn't ideal. Most of our kids benefit much more from the kinds of instruction support they get from in-person learning than remote learning.
Sure.
Some absolutely exclusively remote works beautifully. Whether it's their level of independence, whatever it is, their support at home, there's a number of factors, and they can be different for different students. For some students, it is the perfect thing for them. So how that impacts where we go from here, it's tricky to say this class is remote only for those who demonstrate their ability to be successful with it. But in a sense, we've been doing something like that with virtual high school. So I think it opens some doors. I think we have to be cautious about leaning on those doors to solve a lot of our problems, because it doesn't work for a lot of our kids. And in fact, it exacerbates inequities we had even before COVID, right? So the students, the reality is some students come from really supportive homes and some kids come from homes that are not so supportive. That was blown out of proportion during COVID when everybody's home, right? So those kids that are home with their supportive families, helping them through the navigation of online learning, compared to those who were not in as supportive an environment, grew a gap that we're trying hard to close.
Mhm.
Internet accessibility is another thing that factored into the gap. There are a lot of things that in our exclusively remote world that added to those things we have to work against to try and close that achievement gap that we know exists, and is such a strong motivator for us. And we don't want to artificially create or unnecessarily create that as we move forward.
Right. Thanks, Patrick. I think that's all the questions I had tonight.
Yeah, great questions.
Thanks.
you.
Joel?
Yeah, Patrick, because of time, I'll keep mine a few short here. Early on, you said to Michelle that if we don't do anything is doing something, and I agree with that statement. You said we'd lose probably 200 more students in the next 10 years. And you said with the 6.5 million, it's going to be like letting either not pay the 6.5 million for the threshold, going over the threshold, or letting 35, 38 teachers or staff members go.
66.
56?
66.
66.
With the 200 students gone, how many staff members would go anyway? That's a question I have. And then I think Darla and Michaela said it perfectly. You said the state has a mandate. If you go over that certain dollar threshold, it's dollar for dollar set back. How many times has that threshold been changed? And is there any talk in the Superintendent's Association, the School Board Association, of getting the legislator to try to move that up a little?
Mhm.
And I'll let you answer those two. Then I've got a couple more. Real small.
Yeah, so
In the
I
state.
don't have an exact number. So the cost per pupil is right around $20,000. We're at like 19 right now, and that it tends to grow a bit each year, and it's allowed to grow. So when I think about 200 fewer students, that equates to somewhere in the $4 million range. So that's pretty considerable. In terms of the spending threshold, it does go up every year. It goes up somewhere around a 2%, 2% each year to account for rising cost. So it does do that. I think when I think about the advocacy at the legislature, I think there's some room for that. It certainly doesn't do harm. When I think about it from a bigger picture, there's a lot of interest. So Vermont's demographic is a concern. We're the second oldest state in the country behind Maine. I believe we're getting older. We're losing students every day across the state. We're losing workers from the workforce every day throughout the state. There's great concern, I think, from the governor's office on down for our demographic and where we're going as a state. I believe part of the thinking around why that demographic is what it is, why we struggle to attract or keep young families, is I think the job market is a piece of it, but I think the cost of living in Vermont is believed to be another pretty significant driver behind that challenge. I know my tax bill, about 2/3 of it is education spending. I think it's recognized that education spending in Vermont is high. It's not for nothing. I think we get good value out of it, but it is high. So I think there's some intentionality behind a cost per pupil spending threshold in a state with declining enrollment. I don't think it's unanticipated that communities are having these hard conversations. This is not just happening in MAUSD. This is happening in many communities throughout the state. So to me, advocating at the state level to make the spending threshold go away and allow us to spend what we want to spend without penalty doesn't support what I think they're trying to do as a state to turn around our demographic. So I don't know, I don't think there's harm to be done, but I'm not sure if we believe that to be true, how much is to be gained by strong advocacy at the legislature to make it all go away. Where I think there's room, so again, pre-COVID, I introduced an idea to a local legislature, a year and a half ago, maybe more now, about, schools that pass a bond and use that bond payment to help improve their facilities. They get to apply for a waiver. I think they're pretty universally approved, and that bond payment doesn't count against their cost per equalized pupil. We haven't been successful in passing a bond, but we were successful in adding $1 million to our operating budget to address facilities needs that weren't going away just because we couldn't pass a bond. That $1 million counts against our cost per equalized pupil. I introduced the idea, and it started to grow some legs legislatively prior to COVID. And then along with a lot of other things, it got put on hold. Advocating at the legislature to sort of revive that conversation could have a pretty immediate impact on us. I think it was growing in favor in the legislature. So that's something I plan to revisit with that local legislator and try to see what chance that has to really get going somewhere. That may be something where advocacy could produce some results that we see pretty immediately that doesn't necessarily work to reverse a direction I think our state's trying to go.
Okay.
So that was another long answer, but none
That's
of
all right.
these are simple, straightforward kinds of things, unfortunately.
Now, I know that I've been watching the facilities meetings. I watched that advisory board there that you have appointed, and they're working hard. And one of the early buckets that you had in the paper was keeping the 4 grade schools and Bristol Elementary kids would be divided up into those 4, and their elementary school would become a junior high school. And then Mount Abe would be only just 9 through 12. I'm somewhat taken back with that a little bit because the fact is, I think we're going back to the days of Bristol High School, because I mean, you know where that elementary school is. You lived right across the road from it almost, and it's on a postcard, little stamp, and there's no place for soccer or that type, so they'd all have to walk to the high school or be bussed over. Had those costs been figured in under that bucket list, so to speak? And then my last question is, if you had everybody come to Bristol Elementary pre-K through 6th grade or 8th grade, and you tuition the 9th through 12th to the 3 high schools around us, Middlebury, Vigennes, and CVU, has that been explored? And I'll wait for your answer, then I have a statement to make for you.
Yeah. So the answer is yes to both of those. They've been explored. Yeah, I think there were, when I think about the facilities advisory group that met, that notion of creating a separate middle school at Bristol Elementary School and kind of farming the Bristol kids out to the other 4 schools to repopulate them didn't necessarily gain the favor of that group, in part because it wouldn't necessarily produce the kind of savings that we anticipate needing to make this work, because we're still operating all of our buildings and we still have, it doesn't make more kids in our buildings. It just redistributes the same number of kids in a different way to the same number of buildings. So it didn't gain a lot of favor in that regard. So it has been explored to that extent. When I think about the tuitioning out of the 9 through 12, which could go in a couple of different ways, right? So I think the school closing the 4 smaller schools and having all of the students K through 8 going to Bristol would require a pretty significant addition to Bristol. I don't think we can fit our K or certainly pre-K through grade 8 at Bristol Elementary School.
No, I meant Bristol High School.
Oh, you meant at the high school. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so that that has been looked at, and there certainly would be efficiencies in doing that. And we're looking at that and crunching those numbers. That requires the closure of 5 town schools, which, as I mentioned before, becomes a pretty heavy lift. But I do think that produces savings and has other costs in terms of, towns and what they lose and those sorts of things. But
Okay.
that absolutely has been explored and is continuing to be explored from a numbers perspective.
Well, I just got a statement for you, Patrick. I don't envy your job trying to make that decision on December 7th. I think of 55, 60 years ago, all of our forefathers who are now, a lot of them are passed away, when they had this same conversation about closing Beeman Academy and Bristol High and a few of those other, and building a new union school. And I've been told stories that, the first one, the architect even told them that, oh, this is a Cadillac plan. In Middlebury and Virgins 5 and 10 years ago, they voted down the first plan and they voted for the second one. Don't worry about it. We're not going to get a swimming pool. We're not going to get a planetarium. We're not going to get this. They're going to vote it down. And he even showed them another set of drawings. We'll put this one the second time around and we'll get a school. And they were shocked when they got it. But I don't envy you at all to doing that. And when you said 2000, that Bristol Elementary was, our treasurer and my daughter were in that 6th grade class, and I was the chair of the board that night when I gave out diplomas and shook their hand. And that gymnasium, I think, had somewhere around 95 6th graders, 497 students in that building. They were packed. But I don't envy you a bit, and I hope you listen to everybody, and I know you will, and make a good decision that it's going to stay with us for a long time.
Thank you. It's I think about that often, that this is not the first time we've been here, right? 100 years ago, our 5 towns had 58 schools. That shrank over a number of years down to each town having a K-12 school, basically, or educating K-12 kids. And I think you mentioned forming the unified, the Union High School, middle high school. When I think about, had that not happened, if each town right now were still trying to provide a middle and high school education to its very small number of middle and high schoolers, there is no way each town could afford to offer the kind of programming that we can offer at Mount Abe right now. So I don't know that anyone, I'm sure someone does, I haven't spoken with anyone who thinks that was the wrong move for kids. And I feel like we're in a similar position, that we have a similar kind of decision we have to make to find a path forward that our community can support, because at the end of the day, it has to be supported by the community. It's the only way anything moves forward, really. But that keeps our students and our student needs in the forefront, which I think is what our forefathers have done over the past 100+ years.
Okay, thank you.
Peeker, I know you're on. Do you have anything you want to ask? See if he can unmute himself. Okay, apparently not. Is there anybody else who would like to ask any questions? Doesn't look like it. Think you're off the hook, Patrick.
Right. Well, for now, I'm pretty sure I'm still on the hook for a while.
You are, at least for tonight.
Yeah, but thanks for the time, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Patrick.
you. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Patrick.
Thanks, Patrick.
Okay, we'll move on to the next. Ratification of Breadloaf Corp. Contract amendment for subsurface soils investigation for the Public Works Facility site analysis and feasibility study.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand. Peeker, I assume if you don't agree, you will jump in.
Let's hope he does.
Well, he called in, he's muted himself.
That's great.
Okay, continued review and discussion of the draft winter road and sidewalk maintenance.
Was there a vote? Did folks vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
It was that quick. You missed it.
Did you see those waves?
Okay, so Joel, did you get a chance to look at this? Peeker, I hope you did, and you'll jump in.
No, I did not, perfectly honest with you.
Well, we put this off so you could look at it.
I know, I just barely got my internet back tonight here at work. I had to get on with Yahoo and everything, so.
So let's see.
Give me the 10-cent version. What are we looking to do?
The winter road maintenance. Hang on.
So one of the changes that was made to the prior draft on the section, on the first page under plowing of roads, we added more streets just to show what the route that each truck goes. And we tried to identify which ones are the priority, basically the school route roads, and those are shown in bold.
Val, you want to share it on your screen?
Oh,
Would that be easier?
I can try to do that. Yeah, hang on here. Let's see if I can do this smoothly. Okay. So can folks see that?
Yep.
Okay. So it just, I think seeing all the other streets shows kind of the distribution of the plow routes and what a challenge it can be during a storm and who's responsible for what. So does anybody see any changes you want to make to that representation?
I would know. The only one that would be able to answer that would be Eric, because I don't know the roads and the routes. I mean, I know the roads, I just don't know the routes.
He's got his glasses on, so he's reading it carefully.
They look good.
Eric, we don't plow Dan Sargent Road though, do we?
Well, yeah, we plow a section of it
Do we? Okay, I thought,
down to Hoffman's. You know where Hoffman's is on what is that intersection of Robert Young and Dan Sargent?
Right.
Yep.
Right there. We turn around right there.
Okay, I thought, I was just thinking we didn't do anything up on 17 up there. What,
Well, no, this is off of Meehan, Upper
you're
Meehan.
talking from, okay, down the hill till we turn around at the Y. They don't turn around anymore at the top of the hill, Meehan?
No, we go down at the barn and turn around.
Okay. All right, that's Dan Sargent Road then, okay.
Yes. From the top of the hill down to the barn is Dan Sargent.
The old Bedard place, you mean, the barn?
Yep.
Okay.
Any changes there? Do those look like the appropriate priority streets? Should any be added? Like, should Mountain Terrace be bolded as a priority school route?
No, Mountain Terrace. No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, Mountain Street, Josh has got that on his. So Mountain Terrace, there's no school bus that runs on it, or them are just mainly people walking. So I wouldn't consider that to be a school route, so to speak.
So these are primarily school bus routes.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any or many families living on Mountain Terrace. I think of Jill Capel's family. It's the only one with young kids that I can think of.
Me.
Oh yeah, well, yeah,
He is on there.
you.
Cogswell's.
That's right, Cogswell's. So there are a few on that road.
Not
Yeah,
me.
but they don't take the bus, they walk, right?
Right.
They walk. You'll have your kids snowshoeing to school. I know you will, Ian. So
Definitely.
cross-country skiing, something.
Right.
The one statement that has been added to several sections is this one right here about property owners and tenants being prepared to clear their respective sections, encouraged to coordinate such efforts to ensure a uniformly cleared sidewalk. That's just a general concept that is repeated through different sections here to acknowledge that the town, for whatever reason, whether it's the storm itself or other issues, can't always be on top of clearing the snow, and some sidewalk conditions don't lend themselves to super snow clearing because of just, you know, the shape of the condition of the sidewalk. So anyway, so that's open for discussion if folks want to have any particular thoughts about that.
Isn't there a town in Vermont that fines you if you don't shovel the sidewalk out in front of your residence?
Yeah.
Well,
there is
Joel
a-
mentioned that over in.
I can't remember where it is. Is it Vermont or is it New York?
It's Plattsburgh.
Is it Plattsburgh? Okay.
Vermont has
That's
it
right.
too.
Is there one in Vermont?
Yeah, I think it's either Burlington or South Burlington.
Huh.
My grandfather used to live on Birch Court up in South Burlington, and he had to clean his sidewalk within 24 hours after the storm was done, or else they'd get a fine or they'd get something.
I guess we won't go that route yet.
Right. I had a question about this section about Garfield Street. If you want to,
Yep.
if you want to page back. So there's a section in there about, you know, cars parked on the sidewalk or encroaching on the sidewalk, and that the sidewalk won't be cleared if that's the issue. I'm wondering, is there, I mean, number one, they're not supposed to be parking on the sidewalk, correct? Are they ticketed if that's the case? I'm just wondering, it feels like the other residents on the street are being penalized,
Well, no,
so to speak.
No, darling, it's just that section where the cars are parked. So
So
basically,
the rest of it would get cleared.
yes. The
Okay.
only ones that we're talking about is the one by Almost Home Market.
Gotcha. Okay.
The
Oh, I
rest of them
understand.
get- Yeah.
Okay. I understand. I was thinking up the street if that was an issue, but thanks for clarifying that.
And
I
you're
appreciate it.
talking just we're just talking the sidewalk, not the road.
Right.
just-
No, I understood that, but I wasn't sure where on the sidewalk, and I'm wondering,
Yeah.
you know, was the whole street being sort of not cleared so because of some people, and should we put that onus on the people that are parking on the street in a way, you know, should they be ticketed? Should they be towed if that's an issue? But so you're talking about like the tenants for the near Almost Home, and their cars
Yeah.
are very close to that part of the sidewalk. That makes sense to me. Thank you.
Yeah, that one right there.
Thank you.
And Valerie, can you scroll up just a hair to see what Prince Lane before vehicles, right there?
I mean, we have the same problem with this sidewalk too.
Right.
They park too far over the sidewalk.
Mm.
Yeah, and I talked with Benita last winter, towards the end of winter, and her and I came up with an agreement that we would try would be to have Mike go down first thing in the morning when he gets in with the plow tractor to go down there and do that first. And she would try to make sure that she would convey that to the rest of the building owners or whoever, I guess, so that way hopefully the cars wouldn't be parked there that early in the morning, and then we would at least get one time through there.
This is the sidewalk behind the north end of the buildings, right? North side of the buildings.
Right.
Yeah, the ones
The new
that
sidewalk.
the ones that we weren't originally supposed to do.
Correct, Eric. That's why I bring that up.
Mm.
This is on private land.
Right. Eric, do people, like, I know people that are in the apartment buildings on Main Street, a lot of them will get permits to park behind the park. Do some of them
Yeah.
park back here all night long so that when Mike does go down, they're already parked there because they've been there all night?
I don't know about that, Michelle. I'm not sure.
I think some have in the past, but I don't know if it still happens. So a couple of things with Prince Lane. I mean, Joel, you bring it up that it is private land. It's owned by Parmelo. Is it something that, because of the issues that we have, given the vehicles and vehicles parking and it's difficult to plow, does the town want to talk to Parmelo and have Parmelo handle that sidewalk? Or is that something that they've said in the past that they're not going to do and it should be the town's responsibility?
Well, Ian,
It-
maybe you or
it-
Gary can refresh my memory. Remember, we had a meeting with Pomelo representative. Was it last spring before or after last fall?
Yeah, it was last.
Speaker was jumping in, so. you
Yeah.
might know.
Remember
Speaker, what did
about
you have
that?
to say?
Oh, I just figured out how to unmute myself, so now I can talk. You're in trouble.
Hooray! Yes.
We did that sidewalk area with grant money. The grant was money that the town got,
Yeah.
and I remember fighting it when we did it, but it turned out that because we did the sidewalk, it was our responsibility to keep it clear,
Okay.
and that's why we're plowing that section of sidewalk.
Okay. Yep. That makes sense. Yeah, I know that was part of the community partnership, that grant. Okay.
I believe Pomelo doesn't allow overnight parking in that area.
Correct.
Only spots that he allows overnight parking, and it's been 50 years he's let him do this, is the spot between Cupboards and the Shaw sign facing Main Street sidewalk. Those 5 or 6 spots there, maybe 7 spots there that he allows them to park there only.
Yeah.
And the plow.
I think Eric's suggestion of having it plowed as early as possible. Let's go with that and see what happens and see if it can
Yeah.
be plowed.
Yeah, I'll remind Mike there this year to go down there first and see it. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. With regard
That is
to,
reflected in that paragraph.
okay, great. With regard to Garfield, since that was something that Darla brought up and was concerned, do we need to be more specific? Because if you read it, it might seem the entire length of Garfield Street in terms of the sidewalk, and why isn't that applied to any other road in town that has sidewalk? So do we want to be specific in terms of the parking area right by that building and that number building?
Yeah, that was
Well,
my confusion.
But I think that's gonna, to me, should retain anywhere in the town. If somebody's parked on the sidewalk, we certainly aren't gonna be able to plow the sidewalk in that area.
Right, but we're calling Garfield out specifically for a reason, and we don't have the detail of why.
Maybe you specify along commercial parked vehicles along Garfield Street that encroach on the sidewalk associated with commercial parking areas or something like that.
But they're not supposed to be on the sidewalk to begin with.
Right.
No,
Right.
I mean,
Remember
that's a conversation we've had in the past that we've sent to the landlord, telling them we don't want those cars. And they were only supposed to park the shorter cars there so that we could still maintain the sidewalk.
That's
I don't know
right.
why we're making a specific rule when
Right.
we already have an ordinance that says you can't park on the sidewalk.
Should we just get rid of this whole paragraph?
Yes.
I mean, you can get rid of the paragraph and maybe just reinforce that our policy that you
Right.
aren't allowed to park on the sidewalk.
Yeah. I think it just changed that paragraph into that.
Can't you just take off Garfield Street and leave it as it stands?
Right.
You know, they park vehicles along any street.
Yeah.
I would
That's what
like to, I would like it to keep that there and say, and Garfield Street and or any other street, parking on the sidewalk cars will be ticketed or towed.
It doesn't make sense to highlight Garfield, though.
Right.
We know why we're highlighting it because of issues that have had. The general public won't, and so I think it gets us into a confusing area, and residents on Garfield might protest to that too.
Sharon,
Okay,
wait a second, Joel. Sharon's got her hand up.
Mute.
You gotta unmute, Sharon.
Stab that button.
Yep, there it is. I'm used to being the host, so I can push on the screen and stuff. So, no, I was just going to say, as far as Shaw's and the drugstore over there, people have been towed over there. We tell people not to park there at all because they will tow them. They look for people in that parking area. So, that's all I was going to throw out there. They do. I didn't know about the few by the building, but anybody that's parked there overnight just because they don't want to get a DUI or they're just, it's too much snow or whatever, have been towed.
Okay. Joel, go ahead if you say whatever you were
Yes.
going to say about this.
Coming from an old plowing operator, I'd like to see us to have more than, you can park on the edge of the sidewalk. I'll take George Smith's old place down through there. Got a granite curb up by his house and got the sidewalk, and they plow. If they park right next to that sidewalk, that tractor is not going between them. He's going to go.
No.
I think maybe we ought to have something. You can't park within 6 inches, a foot of a sidewalk during the winter months.
But isn't that part of the winter parking ban that you can't park on any streets during the winter parking ban, especially when the lights are on?
I believe
But that's overnight, I think, isn't it?
No, that is from April or November 1st to April 15th or November 15th to April 15th or
Yeah, but it's from like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or something like that.
No, that's just Main Street.
Oh, is that just Main
Believe
Street?
that the parking ban is all of Bristol, but Bruce would know better than anybody.
Mhm.
Yes, that's true. And there is, in the ordinance, it does specify you have to be a certain distance from the pavement and the sidewalk.
Perfect.
Great, we've already got that.
There's probably not enough distance between the edge of the pavement and the sidewalk for anybody to park there.
Right. I'm trying, yeah, and in the winter, how do you tell where the sidewalk is? But I guess you just don't park on the road. End of story.
Correct.
Got it.
Bruce, you're going to be giving me a lot of tickets then.
Everyone just needs to get smaller cars.
I'm glad I had my driveway extended.
So here's what I've got so far. I'm getting rid of the reference to Garfield Street altogether.
Yep.
Parked vehicles along any street that encroach on the sidewalk that prevents the plow from clearing the snow may be ticketed or towed. The town makes no guarantee that the area will be cleared during a particular snow event. Let's see, no, we can get rid of that. The town will assume no responsibility for clearing the sidewalk if vehicles are parked there. Does that make sense?
Did you leave in the thing about property owners and tenants should be prepared to clear?
Yeah.
Because I think that's still important.
Yep, okay.
If we can't clear it, they should be made to clear it.
Mhm.
Right, if their vehicle's blocking you from going down through there, they should clear it. You're right, Eric.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
So is there a way of, I'm just wondering, how do people know? Like, how do we notify them? Like, or how do we make that known to folks that if the plow can't get through, that they have to do that? Is it on a case per case basis?
Yeah,
Do we?
it's a case per case basis. That's where my good assistant Sharon comes in.
Okay. Thank you, Sharon.
Yeah, thanks Sharon a lot.
Yeah, but I'm poorly paid by the highway department.
Well, I'll give you a raise this year coming up.
He doesn't give you a Christmas bonus, Sharon?
Yeah, right.
Are you asking for hazard pay, Sharon? Is that what I'm
Yes,
hearing?
I am.
I
Because I'm
bet.
the one that gets the calls.
I know. Thank you.
Well, if and when the select board actually adopts these policies, I think it would be useful to put notices out on Front Porch Forum and maybe even a blurb and have encourage the Addison Independent to write a piece about it and other information out, just social media occasionally, not just once, but a few times, like, hey, did you know? And that kind of thing.
Can we adopt them before the next snowfall?
Which is what, tomorrow?
Right.
However, if we adopt
hint.
these, then it's probably won't be all going into effect until next year. Remember, we had that discussion.
And I
So there'll
ask
be-
anyone has compared this to the current winter parking ban to be sure there's no conflicts. Because if there's
Right.
two documents that indicate different things, how do we know which one to go by?
Good point.
The old parking ban used to say any cars on the street from November, was it the 1st or the 15th? Or April 1st to April 15th, November.
It used to be November 15th to April 15th.
Yeah,
It's-
any cars
it's now
parked on the
November
street,
1st.
any cars parked on the street were towed and ticketed.
What was that,
Now-
Bruce?
now
Go
it's
ahead,
November.
jump in, Bruce.
It's November 1st to April 15th.
Thought it
Now,
was the-
now it is, Bruce. Yes,
Yes.
but when I first started here, it was November 15th.
Right.
We
And
changed
the
the
first,
sign.
in the beginning of November, we put warnings on vehicles to warn the motorists that there is a parking ban with a little bit of an explanation on
Good.
where they can park.
Perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
moving on.
Bruce, what I'm saying is, you don't now, which is a good practice, don't get me wrong. You, if it hasn't snowed in a week, you don't tow a car.
No, we find a way to not tow a car. I think we've towed one car in the last 3 years.
Not like the old days, was it, Eric?
Used to be shoot. 6 to 8 of them over in the impound yard whenever we move snow.
Oh, and our 3 former chiefs before now, old Sealand, I can remember below, I tow cars at night and then snowed in the week. I'm saying, what am I doing out here? He goes, we got a parking ban. They're not parking here. And you knew it in town. When you come into town, you didn't park anymore in this town. But I didn't like the policy, but I had to tow them.
Next section.
So the next adjustment was Main Street. I tried to include some of the things that we talked about at the last the schedule.
Yep.
The mix of sand and salt. And again, enlisting the cooperation of tenants and property owners to help.
Can we have details in there about the intersection, that the town will clear those? Because people ask about that.
The intersection as far as what, in the sidewalks?
Well, sidewalks as well as the larger sections of the intersections, you know, in terms of the 4 corners of our main light. You know, the person that the town hires shovels, you know, more than just what the sidewalk plow does by Holly Hall in the front. And that person also has been clearing or has been tasked with clearing the intersection, which I think is a good policy to have.
So a sentence that says the town will assume or accept responsibility for clearing of the intersection sidewalks?
Yeah, as we've been doing in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And are you talking about the stamped concrete areas, or you're talking about just the sidewalk themselves?
Just the sidewalk area, but more than just a 4-foot section, which is usually what the sidewalk plow does. Like when I've seen it in the past go through, it's just that one section because the plow is going through its route. But I think that we need to clear more of that, especially at the intersections where the crosswalks are.
Yeah, I had a conversation with a couple of store owners this weekend when I was shopping that brought that up, Ian, and they were really hoping that could be done this year. And I told them that we had discussed it and would discuss it again tonight.
Yeah, it was the person who did it last year or early this year. And I think we should just hire that person or a person to do that again. And it would be clearing around Holly Hall and then just the 4 corner areas, just so it's a bigger cleared section of the sidewalk.
So I'm curious, Eric, and you can answer this. Once we do that, you know, and I know when the snow plow goes down, the sidewalk plow goes down, clears off, that you guys eventually scrape it all up into the road and pick it up. Does that also happen at the intersections because I mean, a lot of times I thought most of those sections were pretty much cleared off, you know, once you moved snow.
When we remove snow, yeah, it's all gone. But it doesn't get all gone until we go down and move it.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Including the flowers, shrubs that are planted in the medians there.
Yep. Anything that's planted there, gone.
Right. Well, luckily everything's died there, so you're all set.
I was gonna say, there's only one that's got anything in it, isn't there?
Right. The only other thing I'd like to add for Main Street is that when we discussed this, we talked about this at the last meeting, was having salt barrels available. Bristol Core is prepared to facilitate maybe having 4 available, building the stands, getting barrels from somewhere. But I wonder if the town would be able to supply salt for those barrels. And I think when we talked about it last week or the last meeting, Eric, you said that maybe like filling every 3 weeks or every month, that could possibly be done. It would be a hand shoveling in there, but I think for the town, it would be useful because any store owner or property owner could grab some, put it down, keeping sidewalks clear, and it would be sort of less involvement of the town's plow to keep stuff cleared. I think if salt was made readily available.
Although, Ian, I think you have to hold off for this year because we can't put salt on that sidewalk this year.
Well, when we went around for our final assessment with the contractor, they said that it should be fine, that you can put it on, that it's Eric said it's not fully cured. That guy said it is cured. So I think if we and I'm prepared to tell the businesses this sort of minimal use of salt, and fingers crossed we should be okay. I don't know, Eric, do you think that's okay?
Yeah, if they go lightly on it,
Yeah.
it'd probably be fine.
And I'm happy to tell everyone that, and we can monitor and just see what people are doing, and hopefully it's not 2 or 3 inches thick of salt on the concrete.
Well, that's kind of what I'm worried about is,
yeah,
some owners will be okay with it, but then you have some of them that are just going to lay it on it and expect the salt to melt the snow away, the 6-8 inches of it, rather than waiting for us to come through and plow first,
right,
then putting it down.
Yeah, I'm thinking mostly the salt just there for when stuff is cleared and you can put it down and you see ice building up and things like that.
Okay.
And I'm thinking in terms of positioning, we could put one on almost each corner. We'd have one in front of Melissa's store, the recycled reading, in the no longer planted area. Across the street, we'd have it on between one of the trees, and maybe as a discussion with Parmelo to set it there. A third one would be over by Tandem, just in that little triangular sort of planted section, and then one across the street by Art on Main. And that seems like it would cover the main street and be able to put salt down everywhere.
Hey, Ian, can I play devil's advocate for just a second and ask, earlier in the policy, you tell all property owners who have a sidewalk frontage to be prepared to clear that and maintain it while, basically in between sidewalk plows. So now you're going to provide material for Main Street only to aid them in helping continue to keep the sidewalk clear in between. So are we opening a door to potentially having to provide salt to all sidewalk owners, because that's something we do for Main Street to help maintain the sidewalk?
Potentially. I mean, so
because they do that. Middlebury has them around, and I don't know how they determine where they go or what it's for, but I believe it's just for the downtown area. So they may have a policy value you could look at to see, what restrictions they have to avoid that question.
I would just say because of it's the most heavily trafficked area in terms of foot traffic, in terms of the downtown area. So I would focus on the downtown or the historic district block, and I maybe use that as wording, that's where you would provide it, because that's where the storefronts are and that's where the majority of people will be walking. And I don't know, does Bristol can any resident go and get salt from our salt shed similar to other towns?
No, they can get sand.
They get sand.
Sand, but not salt. Okay. So that's another thing where I think, we don't have that policy, but we would make, or I would encourage this in our policy for Main Street, just because of the high frequency of traffic there, and because the stores are there.
What I've written is that the town will coordinate with Bristol Core to provide barrels with salt on Main Street. And that way, I think the correlation there is the designated downtown.
Okay.
Yeah, I would also argue that it helps the road crew in between, like there's not that need for them to go out again. I would also argue that it could be a barrier to not to any liability, but to if someone slipped and fell, there's going to be salt on the sidewalk, and it's not going to be as prevalent an issue if it's an icy winter.
Right.
That would be the advantage.
And I'm saying that, Core is willing to get the barrels and get some sort of stands for them. And we'll just try it for this season and see how it works and see if people use it. And maybe very few people use it on Main Street, which would be unfortunate, or maybe it's used and those sidewalks are kept clearer than they normally are, especially ones that sort of taper off and go downhill. I'm thinking of the one by Tandem, where I know that I've slipped and I've seen other people slip as well. And it also helps too, even if hopefully if tenants or property owners are there, for the property owners that maybe, or business owners that aren't there all the time, you know, hopefully you would create some sort of camaraderie where the salt's available, you can put it down for the store next door that's hasn't cleared yet, and that sort of helps everyone.
When we put the barrels out, and you just got to make sure that they're not going to be in the way of pulling the snow off.
Yeah, and I'll work, Eric, I'm happy to have a chat with you and we can walk around and get
Okay.
some decision. Because it says, you know, I want it to work for you guys, and I want it to, you know, but I also
Right.
want it to have it so it hopefully works for everyone. But yeah, I'm happy to chat with you about that before implementation.
Okay, sounds
Great.
good.
All right, thanks, Eric.
I would like to see it a mix, what we refer to, as Eric knows and Peaker, what they call a hot load. It's half sand, half salt.
Okay.
It won't freeze in the barrel. And once it goes down, even the salt or the sand, because there's so much salt in it, being brown, will draw that sun more. And I'm really reluctant to put just straight salt on those sidewalks this year. I know homeowners they're going to get a little more tracking in, but
Mhm.
I'd rather have that than pitted sidewalks forever.
Yep. No, I hear that.
I
Yeah.
think that was my concern, was if somebody puts too much salt down, then we're having to pay to fix the sidewalk that we just did.
Okay. I mean, so with the Eric, with the 50-50 mix, do you do that anyway, or is that an extra step that you would have to do?
Right now, I got about 2 tandem loads already mixed up.
Okay, great.
So
Yeah, I think that sounds fine,
the
Joe.
4 barrels, it would probably take one loader bucket to do 4 barrels. So we're fine.
Okay. All right, great. That's a good suggestion, Joel. Thank you.
And Ian, if you need 4 barrels, stop over. I've got plenty from my old days of salt and sand on my properties I used to do.
Oh, great. Thanks, Joe.
I don't have the racks anymore to set them in, but I have the barrels.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Hey, can we move on to the next?
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot more to do.
Okay.
Just some clarifications. The special agreements, this section acknowledges the existing agreements that we have with East Street, otherwise known as Gardner Lane, and Bristol Commons.
Okay, Gardner Lane is the one across from
Benji's.
where?
Street Hill.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 7682 East Street.
Yeah, well, that doesn't help me.
It's across
Just
from
before you go down the
Michelle.
hill. Just before you go down the hill, Michelle, towards the rock. It's on the left.
Across from,
Okay,
right, across
yeah,
from
that's where I
Jake's
thought
Road.
it was. That's where I thought it was. But that's a driveway, right? Technically. Okay, but we
Oh,
have
yeah.
we have an agreement with them to use their driveway.
Right.
Okay.
And according to Eric, that's a public right of way too. The part of the East Street right of way goes through that driveway.
Okay.
That it used to be the original East Street alignment.
Mm-hmm.
Valerie, can you slide up a little more where it said Main Street bucket loader?
Main Street bucket loader?
Yeah, operating of a loader midnight to something.
Oh,
Right
here.
there.
I'm leery of putting the time down. I just say a bucket loader will be used as needed to move snow on Main Street. May go down there and start at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
I'm just reluctant to put the time down.
Maybe after hours or something like that.
After normal working hours, maybe, if a bucket loader is needed to.
Or maybe after the store is closed, because you're not going to be out down
Right,
there.
okay.
Right.
Well, you got to remember too, if this COVID stuff ever gets done, that bars usually open up until what, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Correct here.
I mean, the only thing with the time frame when they start is then at least you have a time to tell people their cars have to be off the road.
Yeah, normally we start anywhere between 11 and midnight. Most generally, it's midnight or 1, but we have occasionally started at 11, and we got to be off there by 6:30 the latest when Bakery opens up. because cars start parking back there again.
Mhm.
It's nice also having some sort of time frame for A, people to move their cars, and B, people who live on Main Street to just be aware that there's going to be some heavy equipment on Main Street during some time period.
Yeah. Well, to move the cars there, we turn the light on that day before well,
Right.
sometime during the day before that night anyways.
And Eric, when you have the light on, what time do they have to be off? 10?
11, I think.
Is it
I
11?
think it's 11, ain't it, Bruce?
So you could coordinate this part with the winter parking ban. That's
Right.
why it would be good to kind of cross-reference the two things.
That's what I,
The winter parking ban ever changed and you reference the winter parking ban here, then that way you wouldn't have to change it in two locations. You could change it just in one.
Mhm.
Since the
Right,
time
you could
frame
just
is
say,
on the winter
like-
parking ban.
yeah, bucket loader is used to remove snow, blah, 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 in accordance with our winter parking ban.
Mhm.
And Valerie, I've said it before, I'd like to see the sign down on Main Street. I was sitting at the light today, and I know at 10 o'clock, everybody knows the lights go to flashing red and flashing yellows through east and west to Main. Is the sign says no parking on Main Street when light is flashing. It should say no parking on Main Street when snow light is flashing. If I'm out of town and I want to park and I see I'm there at 10 after 10:30 and the lights are flashing, oh, I can't park here.
Well, good. That's one less car
Well,
parked on Main
it
Street.
should say the snow ban light is flashing, not the lights are flashing.
I have to agree with Joel, because the first time I saw that sign, I was like, what the hell do they mean? And then it took me a while.
I didn't word it.
I know who did. I know
Uh-huh.
who did, Eric. And I said to him, I should have said snow removal light flashing.
Can somebody go out there with a Sharpie and just kind of handwrite?
Yeah.
Or put a
Fluorescent
sign,
paint.
make a sign that looks like a snow light and put it underneath it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see what I could come up with.
Can we move on?
It's an arts and crafts project now.
Yeah, there you go.
So again, these are the private agreements.
Sorry, I had one question under the section that talks about potholes. Potholes, it was up a little bit. It was under section 5, I believe. Sorry to bring us back, but it's just a quick question, I promise. It's
Really,
right there.
Darla, come
Whoop,
on.
whoop. Actually, it's section 6. I lied. Right? Isn't that it?
Property
Potholes.
damage, yep.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, it says, I can't take responsibility due to snow removal. Where did it go? There it is. Town is not responsible for vehicular damage due to potholes. Potholes have been determined to be acts of nature. And I understand that and I agree with that. I'm just wondering what brings a pothole to the attention of the road crew and under what conditions can they be filled in and how does that work? I guess I need to be educated.
Basically, whenever we notice them.
Okay.
Or somebody like Sharon will bring it to our attention. Somebody might call in and say there's a pothole around whatever street, and but in the wintertime it's hard to keep them filled in just because of the melting of the snow, the plowing, the salt, the thawing, and all that. You could fill the pothole up one day, and 2 days later the mix is gone. So then you got to go back. So as long as we do our best to keep the hole filled is basically what it's referring to.
Okay.
I agree 100% with Eric, but I think that the potholes ought to say the town recognizes that potholes cannot be filled on a daily basis and it's weather related, but we do everything in our power to get to potholes and repaired as something in the as we are notified or
Timely manner or something.
a timely manner, and then put that in it also. But we're
Be
not.
very careful of that language, setting ourselves up.
What would you recommend? What would you think, Michelle?
I think what she's got is fine. I mean, we take care of them as best we can, but I don't want to set ourselves into something that says we have to fix them. You know,
I didn't
within
say
a
that.
certain period of time.
Jill, I never said that. I said that we recognize potholes are a continuing problem due to the weather conditions of the state of Vermont or nature. but we fill them as we have time and things. I didn't say we,
Sure.
what you said. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I mean, I'd just be careful with the language you're using in there, that's all.
Yeah.
How about something along the lines of the town endeavors to fill potholes to the extent possible or upon,
Or best of its ability.
Yeah.
we'll think of something.
Yeah. I mean, the way it reads to me right now is like, and I know this isn't true, Eric, so don't take it personally, but it sounds like, yep, there's yep, there's potholes. We're not going to do anything about it. That's the way it reads to me right now. And I know that that's not the case, but I think if we could add some language similar to what Joel was saying, that makes sense to me.
Oh, yep, we'll work on it. Okay. So the other thing, I think I mentioned that, well, I don't know if I mentioned, but I received a call. I talked with a resident on Drake Smith Road who was concerned that the town might be changing its approach.
I bet they were.
Yeah. So my only point here is that if we do want to include something like this, that we be sure to give residents on Drake Smith and any other streets that might be affected adequate notice, so that it's very specific, like a public hearing opportunity to be heard and get their comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to include into this the Dumas Road. What's the other one?
Dumas Road, Castle Road,
Castle
Cold Spring.
What did you say?
Cold Spring.
Cold Spring. And what was the one before that?
Baslow.
Baslow.
That's a class 3 road.
That's not a driveway,
Which
that's a
one?
class 3.
Well, it is a driveway, but it's a class 3 road, unfortunately.
Which
So we
one,
would have
Eric?
to change the class to a class 4.
Baslow Road. So is Brace Road off in Lover's Lane. That's also a class 3 road.
What about Cold Springs?
Cold Springs, no. 4.
What's the other one off Lover's Lane you said here?
Brace Road.
Race Road.
Oh, that could be Cold Springs Road. I don't know. The damn thing's changed so many times.
First one off the Hewitt Bridge, right, Eric?
Yeah, first one off the Hewitt Bridge on the right, as you're coming
That's
on
Cold
the left.
Springs.
Cold Springs.
That one there is class 3.
One option is to hold off on those particular parts of this policy and go with the rest of it, if you're comfortable with the rest of it. And then we can come back to it and add those in after we've kind of worked through those policies.
Yeah, I think that those kind of roads need a larger discussion and more information that's perhaps would bog down getting this approved.
Right.
So I agree with that, Val. I think, because it would be nice to see this done as soon as we can, just to let people know, give it time to sink in, get time to get it out there and get the information out there, especially for this season.
So you're talking about our maintenance of, or our policies about maintaining class 3, class 4 roads, that type of thing. I mean,
Right.
right now, like Drake Smith is not a class road, it's a private driveway. So, I mean, that's where this one becomes an issue.
Right.
And I think is Dumas Road a class 4 road, Eric, or is that, we only have an easement on that road, if I remember right.
We just have a right of way through there, and that's it.
Right. So that's really, but they call it Dumas Road?
Yeah, I think
Not
so.
labeled on anything.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
use-
say, there's no road sign.
No,
Well, we call it that because of who lives up there.
Right,
Right. I usually
So
call
it's
it
really-
Euby, but
right. So that's really just a driveway.
yeah.
So those are
yeah.
really the two, I think, that are driveways that, I mean, not that we're doing anything with them this year, but whatever decision we make, we at least need to give them a year to, come up with a solution for themselves.
I think we get our ordinance, or we get our policies in place, and we address this as soon as the winter season's over. We address what we're going to do with those roads for next year, so that
Yeah.
they have all
summer.
summer. Somebody.
Yeah,
Yep.
that sounds good.
Okay.
Yep.
So are we in agreement to take number 4 off, but leave the rest for now?
For now.
And I think that was it. So shall I make these adjustments, and you want to see the final version or the next to final or most final version at the next meeting for action?
Yeah, I
Can-
think so.
Valerie, can I see that? What, you've got the last page there. State law, snow shoveling across the town.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who do this.
Okay. If they have to come by and fix it, they could, the charge could be the private owner, minimum charge of 1 hour public works. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
All right. Well,
we
thank
ready to move on?
for
Okay.
let me
Next.
stop sharing. There we go.
Okay. Continued consideration of March town meeting logistics in the age of COVID.
Here we've got several topics to touch on. Town meeting, Australian ballot or not. Information meeting, if we do go all Australian ballot. And the petition for appropriation requests.
So if we do town meeting remotely and we're doing it Zoom, so Jen and Sharon, you guys can jump in. I understand that we check people in at town meeting. Is that correct? Do we make so that we make sure that they are residents?
Yes.
Okay. So how would we do that in a Zoom?
You wouldn't if you were planning on voting things. I will tell you in Virgins, the appropriations in particular have always been on the ballot. They are not voted on at town meeting. So I have seen that elsewhere, but it would be very difficult to track who's on Zoom, and I just think it would be a logistical nightmare. And if you have it at town hall, then you can only have maybe 75 people to make sure you're hitting all the distances and everything between them. And so who do you say, no, you can't come in? And then you've got an argument at the front door because you've got other people that want to come in and they can't because we're too full.
Right,
So,
but if we were to do a Zoom meeting just as an informational meeting, it won't matter who's in there.
Right.
Right, because we're not voting on anything.
right.
You just
But
like
what
any
we
other
had
public
talked-
hearing you'd have.
Yeah, just like public hearings. But one thing we thought about was before we have that informational meeting is we send the budgets and the appropriations list to all the registered voters, not the whole town report, just those items, so that they could focus on it and maybe ask the questions that they would normally ask at the meeting so that they're informed when they go the next day to vote on the budgets and whatnot.
Okay.
This is just a 1-year thing.
Right.
Yes.
As far as we know.
Well, yeah.
Don't jinx us, Val.
Knocking on wood.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Sharon, Jen, you feel sort of that direction in terms of Australian ballot for everything, and just have town meeting be an informational meeting?
I think that the way that things are going right now, you kind of have to make the decision now to give
Right.
people time to digest it, and that it's not going to be fair to people if you hope to wait it out and then things don't change. And then we're in the same scenario we're in right now or worse. Hopefully
Right.
it's better. My fingers are crossed. I like to think it's going to get better, but I also don't want to be in the predicament that Sharon just explained, which is that we said we're going to host this in-person thing, and
Right.
people are scared to come, they don't want to come, they don't want to participate. I mean, town meeting has been something where we typically get like 150 people to come. We can't fit 150 people in Holly Hall
Right.
and follow social distancing.
Right. And even if we make the decision now and everything is Australian ballot the next day voting, even if it does get better, that means more people in person for an informational meeting. There's nothing that works against us in terms of, oh, you have to vote tomorrow as opposed to voting this evening. That's what it is. There's no downside really to making the decision now. And if things do get better and people are vaccinated and we start to see that in our community, more people come to the informational meeting in person, and nothing wrong with that.
Right. And you also might see people try to make the push to keep it this way. And that's something that could or could not happen. I know a lot of people like the traditional town meeting. I could tell by Peeker's question that he just asked, because I know he likes the traditional town meeting, but I know a lot of people, when they get their tax bill, end up complaining and they never went to town meeting. And sometimes it's a difficult thing to attend when you have family at home, young kids, etc. And your only opportunity to go vote yay or nay on a budget is
where everybody can see you.
Right.
There may be people that want to vote on the ballot, but won't vote if it's at town meeting because they might think it'll cause issues with their neighbors or whatever.
Right.
Because of who's sitting next to them. You're absolutely right.
And I think given the attendance boost we've seen it on select board meetings, it might, perhaps we'd have more than 150 people.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, but I definitely wouldn't want to make the decision for more than necessary. Like I do like that tradition. I like town meeting. I like that people come and can discuss and things are voted on there. But obviously, we have to adapt with the times, especially this time. So.
Geez, and Ian and Darla, you both get out of your first year of having to sit on it.
But I think a hybrid version, that might be retained going forward is not a bad idea.
So do we need an actual vote, Val? So the select board needs to vote to do Australian ballot with an informational meeting the day before or whatever we determine. Okay.
So moved.
Somebody with a second?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion?
I would just, go ahead.
Are we
I have
going
a question too.
have we go to town hall, sit 6 feet apart, and whoever wants to come to up to 75, as Sharon said, and say you can go home and get on Zoom and watch it and ask your questions there. We're going to have a hybrid, like a big TV on stage that, okay, if my neighbor Gary Russell stays home and he states his name, he gets checked off by the clerk, says, yep, he's a registered voter. Please speak. Go ahead and speak.
Yeah, but if you have an informational meeting, you wouldn't be doing that because we wouldn't be voting on anything.
Okay. All right. Okay, Sharon. Thank you.
And at the moment, we don't know in terms of what the model might be. It's something where we would have to decide closer to the time whether the 5 of us want to be there in person with cameras set up, similar to how we did that police meeting. We would have to sort of see, I think, at that time. There's potential for that, but it also might be that the hall is completely empty and it's all done by Zoom, similar to what we're doing now.
Yeah. Darla, do you have something else you wanted to say?
No, just, it was part of what was just talked about, so I'm all good.
My one concern
one more.
about an all Zoom information is it excludes those citizens who don't have a computer or have the means to, for whatever reasons. And that might be many of our older voters, older residents.
Like the people
technological
figured
issues.
how to unmute their phone.
Couldn't you have more than one informational meeting? I mean, in theory, your budget would be set. Everything's going to be all set by the end of January. So you could say in February, you were going to have the in-person informational, and then maybe the night before you were going to do a Zoom that would give people 2 opportunities either to come in person or to participate in Zoom that would both be before voting so they could get the information they need. And as Sharon said, you know, provide that condensed mailing that had everything they were going to see on the ballot delivered to their home. And that would be the bulk of what they would get, with the idea that then you can appeal to both instead of trying to do a hybrid model, only because I think a hybrid model is probably just as difficult as having 130 people on Zoom, because you're trying to figure out who's next and people on Zoom can't figure out who's talking. And
Well, the other option we could do is that, you know, first of all, it's going to be televised, so it's going to be on Neat for people to watch. But by
Right.
giving this stuff to them, mailing it to them ahead of time, we could say, if you have questions and you're not going to be able to
Right.
attend, or you don't have access, submit your questions ahead of time to, you know, whether it's Val or us or whatever. And that way we can answer those questions. at
Yes,
the
I
informational meeting.
agree. I think I think that's the key, is that in terms of mailing it out, that's where you get the people to be more responsive. I think that's the way to do it.
I'd like us to consider holding our informational meeting on a Saturday where more people can participate instead of an evening. Or at least one of them if we do more than one.
Right. I like the idea of, you know, it's work to do, but having an in-person and having a Zoom, I do think the hybrid can be a lot of work. Eric?
Go ahead, Eric.
You might want to do, like Darla said, on a Saturday. You do the Zoom, and if you get, let's just say you get 300 people that are on the Zoom, that's going to be more than a 2-hour informational meeting. So you might want to consider doing a Saturday or something.
Just book a Saturday.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, it can be that people have to, if there's questions, they might have to, we could ask them, not have to put them in the chat. I mean, there are ways that you
Yeah.
can set it up, and then so that way, if there's 5 similar questions, you can ask it once instead of, you know, 5 different people asking the same question. There are ways to facilitate it that could be a little
Yeah, I
more
mean, the only
concise.
problem with that is we're going to have somebody who's monitoring the chat.
Yes. Yes, you would.
And I know with it, doing it this way, Fred's not involved as a moderator, if I
Right.
recall correctly. Is that right, Val?
Correct.
We don't have Fred. So it's going to be up to us, you know, as a select
Although he
board.
could moderate the public information meeting.
Mhm. You know, something for us to think about as well.
Yeah.
But-
I mean, as select board members, we could take turns monitoring the chat, or some of us could volunteer. It's something that I do regularly, so I'm not unaccustomed to it. And I would imagine it might be something Ian does on a regular basis too.
What are you saying, Darla? No?
I'm saying that you're not the candidate to monitor the chat, Peeker.
Thank you.
he can't monitor the
appreciate that.
He can't monitor the mute.
Oh,
Slam the
Okay.
door.
I mean that with love. I mean that with
So
love.
I don't think we voted on that yet. So are we,
Well,
there more
just a
discussion
quick-
about that, or can we vote?
Just a question, Tasha, would you read Ian's motion over again?
Well, first of all, who seconded that? Because that's,
I
I
did.
missed
Darla
that.
did.
Darla did.
Okay, so I just said,
no,
'cause-
no, Peeker did.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, Peeker did.
Peeker did.
okay, so I just had Ian Albison move to do all articles as an Australian ballot system, and vote.
I just want to make sure all was in
And then
there.
I was gonna put the date in when that was.
So everyone, that's a long ballot, but it's not going to be all grouped like they are on the articles right now.
Right.
They're going to be separate.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
And then we'll do informational meetings prior to that. Should be added to that, Tasha, if you don't have that in there.
And Jennifer, can those a ballot probably going to be at least 2 sides?
Oh my God,
it'll
it's gonna be
probably
like
be-
5 pages.
Yeah, can that be?
I don't think it'll be 5.
No, it won't be that long. Virgin's is usually just front and back, and we have just about the same appropriation requests on the Virgin's one. So
Can that be all done with a machine?
yes, we
Okay.
can send it to LHS and have them do it so that we have a tabulator ballot.
Okay.
Michelle, what did you say at the,
You should include in that motion that we're going to have informational meetings the night, well, whatever we set it up, but we'll have informational meetings for the public. to
okay, I
attend.
didn't include that because that wasn't part of his motion, so that's,
No, yeah, it was. I thought it was. Wasn't that part of your motion, Ian?
Is now, right, Ian?
My
No, I
motion
thought we
was
adopted-
my
talked
motion
about
was so moved But
Yeah.
the informational meeting, that was an additional thing that Jen suggested as we were talking. But I'm happy to add that as part where we'll have at least 2 informational meetings. How about that?
And one thing to consider, because the tradition had been to have the police district meeting prior to the town meeting on that Monday evening, to consider, again, partly for time management, but also subject management, to consider having the police district meeting, information meeting the Monday prior, because the select board has a regular select board meeting on February 22nd. And that's within that 10-day window to have the public information hearing. So that could be, I mean, the police district could be the primary focus of that particular session, but also be broad, opened up to any other questions that people have.
I think that's a good
That
idea.
February 22nd selectmen meeting. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so too. And people have I know complained in the past when it was grouped together and where people weren't able to attend or felt that it wasn't given the priority that it perhaps needed. So I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay, can we vote?
The discussion, just police district stuff, but it would be allow for a focus for those folks who are primarily interested in that.
Right, that's great.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can vote.
Okay. All those in favor? Raise your hand.
Aye.
Say aye. Speaker, you're good?
Yes, I'm good.
He
Okay.
eyed.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the other thing on there is you wanted to talk about whether to waive petition requirements for voter back appropriation requests.
Correct.
I don't think
And
we
the
want,
petition requirement would be getting signatures for those that still require signatures, just for this one time.
Go ahead,
So-
Peter.
just for this year. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. I mean, this whole thing is revolved around COVID. We don't want to be sending people door to door to get signatures. And as much as I hate to do it, I'm in favor of waiving that for this year.
Okay, so here was my thought process on this, and I totally agree with that, but I also, if we don't have a requirement, all of them may come back and ask us for an increase in their appropriation.
No, that was one of the stipulations
Right.
in any
Right.
of the other ones that I've seen. If you don't change your amount, then we'll waive it. But if you do, then you're gonna have to get them somehow.
Well, that was my thought. If you don't increase your appropriation, then we waive it. For those who are within their 3-year period, we could say, okay, we'll waive it for this year, but that doesn't count as one of your years.
Okay.
You would still have, if last year was your first year, then after this year, you still have to do it for 2 more years.
And you could certainly put that in there.
And
What
I would
about-
say no, I would say no new ones either.
Yes.
Well,
I
that's
just
No,
what
gonna
I
say
new
that.
ones.
No new ones.
Sorry to interrupt that conversation.
Thank
but-
you,
No,
Jennifer.
I was gonna say that too.
I was gonna say that. No new ones.
So there was a Habitat for Humanity had one in 2019, but they missed the year for 2020, but they want to try to get on to this one. So no new ones. Okay.
Not if they missed a year.
Right, and they have to start all over.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm. So do we
This
need a,
only applies to existing.
now we need a motion to that effect?
Yes,
It
please.
says, okay, we'll allow them so let me think this out and then you guys correct me. We'll allow them if they don't change their appropriation amount to not get any signatures this year. We're not gonna allow any new appropriation requests. And if they're within their 3 years, they don't have to get signatures this year, but does not include as one of their 3 years. They would have to continue that next year if everything's correct. Does that sound right?
Yeah, all level funded
Right.
are exempt from signatures
Mhm.
for this year only, with no new requests, and resuming whatever our policy, our social appropriation policy is beginning 2022. Would that be the year? Right?
Right.
I'm
Right.
confused in our years. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So the question I have is, you say, you you say no new petitions, but yet if I want to raise my amount, I can petition and raise my amount.
Yep.
So if somebody is willing to go and get the signatures, I don't see how we can turn them down. All we're saying is that the people who are already on the list don't have to get signatures.
Right, but if they do go get signatures or attempt to go get signatures and they don't get them, then what happens? Do they stay at the same, I mean, so they say they try to increase their amount, they get petition, but they don't get enough signatures. Do they then just not submit that petition and then they stay level funded?
I don't know the answer to that, but my question is, can't you tell everyone they have to level fund this year with no signature requirements
Yeah.
and just forego the extra chaos of potentially increasing, and that if you're going to increase, you can't,
Yeah.
you can level fund and no signatures or nothing.
Yeah.
I think we're better off doing it that way.
So how can you tell me if I'm just playing devil's advocate here? How can you tell me that I can't, it's my right to petition for my organization? How can you tell me I can't petition because you're not allowing it this year?
Cause of COVID, Peeker, cause of COVID.
Okay, good. I'm sold.
I want to, wait a minute, I want to take that one further. So if.
Of course you do.
No, let's just stop it right there. That was perfect.
No, he's right though. If a new organization said, here's 120 legal voters in the town of Bristol, we want 10 grand.
I think that this year the way that they've changed the legislature has allowed you to make this one time thing. It's like town meeting. It's like your one time Australian ballot.
That's what I thought too, Jen, is that the legislature said you can make that change.
And I think the likelihood of an organization coming in and asking for money is pretty slim.
And Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've gotten at least 2 phone calls from people who have said they don't want to take their appropriation this year due to COVID.
Yeah, because they're worried about people not being able to pay their taxes and they don't want the town to suffer.
And so we've told people to continue to stay on, and that you could again forego that appropriation next year if you didn't need it, but it's easier to stay in the pool than it is to leave the pool and come back, as you can see Habitat for Humanity and
That's very nice of them.
would miss the boat.
Speaking as someone who for years stood out in the cold and collected signatures, if I had the opportunity not to collect signatures, I would be one happy camper.
Yeah, speaking of which, that goes for Peeker, and who's up this year, Jolie? You don't have any signatures this year.
I know.
No, I think they just have to.
Except select board members.
Just the candidates. They just get to sign their candidate form, I think.
Right. I believe that's correct.
Yeah, that is correct.
I'll leave money on the counter down there.
Yeah, you won't have anybody coming in.
Don't forget to sign that.
Have a full ballot. Full
Take
ballot.
it to family Christmas that we're not going to have.
Right.
You're not
Okay,
zooming that, Joel?
So can we make that motion? Can I make that motion then of what?
You can make that motion. Tasha, you got all that?
I hope so. So can I reread it to you, I guess?
Yeah.
Sure.
And this is not in terms yet, but this is in my words. So where did it go? And I don't know who made the motion, so I put X, allow them, if they don't change appropriation amounts, no signatures required, no new request, and if someone missed a year, this year wouldn't count towards their 3 years.
Yep.
No, that last one should be if they're within their 3-year requirement to get signatures, this year doesn't count towards that.
Right, if someone missed a year,
Right.
this wouldn't count towards their 3 years, so
Correct.
they would really essentially have to do 4 years,
Yeah.
so to speak, I guess.
Right.
So who
Correct.
moved that and who seconded that?
Nobody moved that yet. We
Okay.
that's what we're working on. But Ian just moved it. So somebody want a second?
Sorry.
And Peeker seconded. Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay. I think that's it for that,
Great.
that one. Consider changing property tax due dates from November 5th to November 15th and April 5th to April 15th.
So
I think
moved.
that's a no-brainer.
Second.
Okay, Ian.
Should have done that this year, this past year.
I know.
No, Joel, are you sure? We just enjoyed that week to the fullest.
I bet you did. No, April. I wish we'd done that in April. I wouldn't have paid a couple $100 penalty. My wife said,
Somebody forgot.
she said, when's the taxes due? I said, they always do April 15th. I thought about her income tax.
Sharon and I were just talking about that today because someone said, oh, they're not going to like April 15th. And I said, everyone already thinks it's due on the 15th
That's
anyway.
right. Perfect.
Right.
All right, let's
Okay.
vote on that.
Any more discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
All right.
All right.
Any
Lovely.
opposed? Motion carried. Okay. COVID-19 update. Anything?
Yeah,
I'm
offices are
clean.
closed.
I'm
Same.
clean. I did my week's quarantine and I had my test. I'm good.
Hooray!
That's great news.
Yeah, that's good.
The town office is still closed, so we're back to that. And in my notes, I mentioned the continuity of operation planning discussions that are gaining traction among other public works and highway departments in the county. So I think we're going to be seeing more of that. And as part of our emergency management planning, municipalities are encouraged to develop this, what they call a COOP or co-op, or the continuity of operations plan for all sectors of our governmental operations, not just public works and highway departments. But it's a very complex process to go through. So I'll be very interested to see how things evolve with Eric's folks. Eric, do you have any updates or any insights from your conversations with your other coworkers?
Yeah.
A man of little words.
You know, part of the problem with this, with what LAPC that's pushing with the fee structure,
VLCT.
everything. That's not going to work. Because if there's a snowstorm in Bristol, there's a snowstorm in Starksville, there's a snowstorm in Lincoln, and one in New Haven. So the idea that winter maintenance can be borne by another town that's not going to happen.
Ludicrous, right, Figure?
Yeah. I mean, I can see it in a case where, like flood damage. We've had areas where we've had damage and Starksville hasn't, so they come and help. And I think we've already got a pretty decent setup amongst our towns. And I'd be real leery of putting a price on things. And I just think it works fairly smooth now. Everybody works together. But when you go putting numbers on everything, it makes it really difficult because my loader's different than your loader. My truck's bigger than your truck, or
Right.
everybody has the same equipment, but everybody's equipment's different.
And I
think part of the concept here was if one town's entire department is laid low and there's nobody there to do anything, but other departments elsewhere are still functioning, how can they collaborate to get things done?
We have Peeker and Joel.
and you got a few more around town that can plow snow and jump in those trucks. So
That's true.
I mean, I think part of this is just for them to say, whatever your cooperation agreement is, or whatever you're working out, that you put it down in writing. It's not so much to create something or change something. It's more to put down whatever you currently have in effect. Or at least that was my take.
Yeah.
I believe. Go ahead, Eric.
Oh, I was just gonna say that meeting with the foremans I had there last week, they're basically trying to do it for FEMA to get, so that way like you were saying with the flood, we could use Starksborough's equipment and time as in-kind money towards our 20%, whereas without the agreement, we can't. They were referring back to Rochester when we went over and helped them, and they couldn't use our time as income or in-kind time. And that's why we did the fuel distribution or whatever it was we did to help them out. But so that's the main reason that they're trying to do this, is for future flooding and stuff. And they know that for snow removal, it'll be hard for other towns to jump in and help until their roads are done. They realize that. And a lot of the towns are having a hard time getting drivers. Like Jim Laro was saying, he's asked like 6 or 7 guys, and only 2 or 3 have actually committed that they would help out. So that was pretty much.
Well, I will say that just because I can drive truck doesn't necessarily mean I can drive truck with 11-foot snowplow on the front. You know,
Exactly.
there's a big difference between the job I do now and the job that the road crew does.
I bet you can do a better job than me, though.
I have done it, so I know I can, but I just using that as an example. I know there are a number of people out there that are excellent truck drivers, but when you put that plow in front of them, it changes everything.
Yeah.
And then you put them on, top it all off, if you stick them on an ice storm, and that's even worse. So
just put a set of skis under those tires. Okay. So anything else, Val?
Nope, that's all I have.
That front, okay. Budget workshop, recreation department, general fund sections, and other stuff.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Are you waiting goodbye, Eric, or do you want to say something?
Just wondering, are you guys all done with me? Am I all set, or is there something else I need to stay on for?
No, I think we're done with you.
Yep, we're good.
Need you till the end, Eric. You gotta stay to the end.
Thanks, Eric.
I'm going to sign off now. Have a good
Bye,
night,
Eric.
you guys.
Yep. See you later.
Night, Eric.
Night, Eric.
Who's up?
Okay, so how do you want to do this, Jen? You want to put it up, share it, or?
Wait, which one are we doing first?
Bristol Rec?
Yeah, do rec.
Yeah,
first,
Bristol Rec.
so they can go home.
All right. Who's gonna? So we have
We're
that.
gonna wait till last, Meredith.
We have. So we have that document. Are you going to share, or should we just open it up? I guess you should share too. Who's on?
Share it for Joel, because he doesn't. I don't think he has it.
I don't have the rec. I have the other one you.
Okay.
I've got two screens up, so I got to figure this out. It's
Let me
not
see if
letting
I
me
know-
slide it.
Let me see if I know how to share. I don't know how to do this, so
I can do it if you need me to.
I'm
I was
moving
gonna
it.
say, I probably could figure it out too.
let me see here.
Let's all share it.
So how do I?
So there's so Ian, do you have the link to the active spreadsheet, or are you looking at the PDF version?
PDF of the rec department. That's the only one I received. I
Right.
didn't know there was an active link.
Let me
Right.
try
I
for a
don't have
second.
an active. How do I? Somebody tell me. How do I do it?
Cheers.
Screen
Well, if you
sharing.
Open it first,
And-
Jen.
Share
Yeah,
screen.
open it up,
Okay.
and then when you click on screen sharing, you'll have all your little windows presented. You need to click the window that has that document
Can
in,
someone
and then it will share.
enable me to screen share?
Oh, right. So you have to be co-host.
I'll get right on that, Jen.
Myself up here, my friend.
Peter can't do it. I'll do it.
Peeker, don't you just have to hit like *6-7 or something?
Something like
Because I just made Jen a co-host.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me.
What a team.
Right. All right.
There's nothing in that budget. Look at that.
I know this is Meredith's budget.
We really
Make
cut
it-
it down this year.
Make it a portion.
Oh, there
Can
it
we
is.
approve that budget?
I
So was there a link ever sent to this, or was it just PDF?
don't know.
It was just PDF.
Okay.
There we
I
go.
was gonna say, I must have missed this because I didn't get this.
No. So yeah, scoot over.
I'm sure I just have to get my bearings here. Sorry.
Yeah.
I guess let's go. There. That better?
Ah,
Can you
there we
see
go.
everything you need to see?
yeah.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I don't like this, but that's right.
Their budget? That's not very nice.
No, I don't like screen sharing.
Oh,
Just because
It's
I
only bad if
feel
you
like-
got the wrong screen open and you share it.
Peter, can you actually see this?
No, I'm on the phone.
Apparently your internet's not working very well, huh, Peter?
Not working at all, apparently.
Really, huh?
you know, Peeker, you can download Zoom on your phone.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh, Darla, you're brave.
We can't.
Don't do that.
We're not. We can't.
I'd rather go to Peeker's house and fix his internet for him.
Just saying.
All right.
Okay. So are these all numbers, Meredith, that you put in?
Yeah, so with the rec department, I've been working with Jen and Valerie, and then with the hub, been working with Taylor. So as you can see, I did get help with some of the labor, the FICA, the health, the state, the work comp, disability, liability, all that stuff that's just, you know, that's,
Percentages.
yeah. And I do appreciate Jen creating this file and how it's been easily shared with with Valerie and Taylor. So it's made the budget season actually a lot easier to digest.
Okay.
So yeah, as you see through here, there's a lot of level funding due to COVID. So as you see, pretty much I did, if you go all the way down to the custodian, or actually the telephone, that's nothing I can do about it, but the custodian, so I learned that 800 was a little too low by one cleaning, so I adjusted it to 1,000. So that's the difference from last year. Then the next one is a printing. Alex and I have tossed this back and forth, and this was something that we had originally planned to do, was to wean ourselves off using a lot of paper. So we found that advertising through Facebook, Front Porch Forum, our website is driving force for letting people know what's going on. So I brought it down to 1,700, and we feel pretty comfortable. We can still make the guides and we can still send them out to certain places. So there's that hard copy. And then moving down straight across for swimming, let's, hopefully we can go swimming this summer. And then programs, I kept it the same. The little note on there is pretty much with the camps that we run, we have been doing it in-house. So if you notice, if you go back to like 2020, 2019, we were pretty close, we were like 37. So, but that was because some of the camps that we're running were contracted out. And we've wrapped our heads around how to run a program staffed through the rec department and the Hub Teen Center this last summer, and we were really successful. But to play it safe, we're just going to keep it at 32,000 in the hopes that everything kind of gets back on track. If it doesn't, we do have Plan B, which we used last summer during COVID, and it worked out well.
Meredith, let me just ask you a quick question. On the swimming piece, was this year, I'm trying to orient myself, but you made this year $14,000, is that right? This 2020, this summer, or did you not?
Not this summer.
Okay.
Two summers ago.
Yeah, Jen?
Sorry, just 2 summers ago now.
Okay. Okay, so this year you didn't do any swimming at all, is that right?
Well, we did swimming, but it was wrapped up in our camps.
Okay. Okay.
And then just kind of going to events. Obviously the big events that we usually do, March And in the summer, it didn't happen. So I kind of reworked it and going to ease back into the events portion. So I changed it to 2,500. And you can see in the past that it's never really gone over $2,000, but I want to play it safe because I think when things are lifted and we can get back together, there's going to be a lot of gatherings.
Mhm.
And then pretty much the same with fees and miscellaneous. So do you guys have any questions with just the rec department portion of it? So far?
Meredith, Joel, last summer of 20, well, it'd be 19, right?
Mhm.
Fiscal year 20 ends in July 1st. You took in $25,307 in programs. And you budgeted 35.
That's expenses. So I expensed out 25,000, and that was a lot of, that was my coaches.
Okay. So you took in 32 or 30?
No, we
No.
took in, if you scroll down to revenue.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going.
Oh, it
on.
doesn't have, I'm sorry, it won't
Go
have
down.
it. I have
Revenues
my,
are at the bottom, Joel. See them here?
Yeah.
So what she's presenting to you is just her expenses only.
Okay. Well, I just was wondering if COVID's not going to get vaccines until, the middle of summer of next year, is 32 still a little aggressive there for proposal? Should you get down into the $28,000?
Joel, I did flip back.
July
and forth. I was like 30,000, 28,000, and I brought it back up to 32. One of the things that might be pushing the drive of letting, if it's not 32, at least it's like we can drop to 30, is the success of our camps in the summer. If we're allowed to have more than 10, 12 kids in our program, I think we'll easily be able to do that, but we're going to need some coaches, some counselors. So I have to keep that in mind for paying.
I'm just thinking if they claim all of us aren't going to get vaccinated at least to the middle of the summer of.
Peeker, you and I were gonna say the same thing. Go say it.
This budget doesn't start until July 1st of 2021, Joel.
Yeah, that's right, Peeker. I'm sorry. You're right.
Yep. And also I would say that, what's been proven right now is that kids are not the issue. Kids are not the spreaders of this, and they're not the ones that are getting COVID. So even if part of our population is going to be vaccinated or possibly vaccinated at that time, I'm guessing, but that you will see kids' restrictions on numbers will be increased, so that I think Meredith is exactly right. Kids are going to want to do activities. They're going to want to be out in the world. There's going to be more gathering. I think this is.
I'm sorry, I plumb
it's
forgot this
responsible.
doesn't start till July 1. So let's hope all of our pent up energy will be out there at a lot of camps and things.
Yeah, I mean, just this summer was successful. Any other questions just about the expense on the rec department part?
No.
Alrighty, so
Sorry, Meredith, I just have one question. I was looking at your training numbers, and I'm just wondering what kind of trainings that you had in mind for staff this year.
So Alex and I are both, so what's going to happen in that is lifeguarding. I'm due for another research for that. So any of the training is part of first aid, CPR, AED.
Yep. Okay. That makes sense.
And anything that kind of pops up, possibly like mountain bike or just kind of like group handling skills training sessions.
Sure. Nope, that makes sense to me. Thanks.
Yep. Taylor's on board. And we worked through the youth center skate park, and she can take it that section right there if she'd like.
Yeah. So similar to what you saw with the rec department, a lot of the same numbers. The increases up at the top are just health insurance and FICA, and so things that we don't really have a much control over. And at the very bottom, we have an increase because it looks like we're just about maxed out, we're nearly maxed out on our trash removal. So just increasing that a little bit so that we still get our trash removal taken away. What's happened I think we underestimated it this past year, because we've been struggling with trying to make sure that the trash is getting removed on time, and we're struggling with last year. They keep forgetting us, and they were doing it all last year as well. So I think we underestimated it just slightly. So just increasing that a little bit.
With all the sanitation, all the extra sanitation, there's more material being produced.
Yeah, and we've also just, I think we've been doing a lot around like cleaning out and trying to find kind of like unearthing some stuff that should have maybe been thrown out 10 years ago, but just like didn't get unearthed. And especially during the shutdowns, we've been doing a lot of deep cleaning and a lot of decluttering. And so just finding things that have had to go. So that's just been part of it.
Does RNL do the hubs
Yep.
trash?
And they're great. I mean, I think because we're just kind of in a funny spot. So it's really just, I call them and I'm like, hey, could you guys come and get our trash? And they're like, oh yeah, so sorry. So they come and get it. It's just a reminding of them.
Yeah, but we have the same problem on Main Street. It's RNL. Yeah. It's unfortunately, I like them and they do a great price, but they are not consistent. And we need to look into changing that, because that's not
historically
acceptable.
Trash at the hub has been, that's happened in the past too. We've had to call, and it's an ongoing issue there. And I also think you've got more people are, I think, using the rec park.
Oh, for sure.
And so you're having more outside trash too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, the emptying of the big trash cans there is a project, and we probably do it every they're quite large, so every 2 to 3 weeks. And that's the trash is completely full and the recycling is completely full at that point. So that's the only change. And then there's one thing, I don't know if you, for this initial budget, does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question on your maintenance line. I mean, you guys haven't used the $800. I mean, what do you use the $800 for on that maintenance line?
Yeah, so that's been an ongoing conversation around what is maintenance versus what is supplies, and kind of the blurry line between them. Like, if we get a light bulb, do we charge it to supplies, or do I charge it to supplies, or do I charge it to maintenance? Really, I need to get into the habit of charging it to maintenance, I think. And then we also we're discussing it as it can be part of the skate park, like we can use it on the skate park, which has been getting a lot more maintenance and can eat up a lot of money very, very quickly. So I don't know what the maintenance, where that has fallen in the past. We also have been receiving a lot more support from local craftspeople than we were in the past couple of years since I started in. So that's something that has been benefiting us. But so the $800 maintenance line has been a discussion while we've been working on the budget.
Well, so this is for 2021 July. What do you see in terms of that maintenance, in terms of what would you like to do? Obviously there are the ongoing issues of the building, and it's how long it will last, and that whole relationship with the Bristol Rec Club. Do you see you using that? I mean, you use very little over those years. We could either reduce it, since it appears that you're not using it, but also I feel that you should use it, especially on the building and especially on the skate park itself.
That's what I was going to ask. When you did this, you did some work on the skate park. Where did you take that money from?
So that's actually, I was going to bring it up after discussing that. So we've had an overflow revenue line on the skate park. So basically in past years, whenever we've maxed out our revenue and then made more than that, all of that money went into a fund for the skate park. And so we had about $1,100 in there that we completed. It is empty now.
So is that a line in this budget then, or is that a separate thing?
So that was actually, that's actually a separate topic, which is a proposal to add on a capital fund for the skate park of $1,500 a year, so that we could then have more sustainability. Because basically the way it works right now is we have to make more than our revenue every year, and the goal is for us to be able to continue to increase our revenue line every year as our camps are more successful. That way we can remove more of the money away, remove more of the burden from the taxpayer. But if we continue to increase that line, then it means there's less likelihood that any money will go to the skate park. So a capital fund would guarantee money to be set aside for the skate park, and it would allow it to build. So if we didn't use all of it one year, we can save it and put in more, because some of the projects on the skate park are thousands of dollars.
Right.
It's a lot. And of course, it's going to be constant grant writing anyways with the upkeep, and it's always going to be grant, but having some sort of support and guaranteed financial support there, so that if anything went really bad, like if we didn't have that revenue line or that overflow revenue line this summer, when we had to tear apart that one of the main features and replace all the rotten boards, we wouldn't have been, it would have been a fairly substantial cost. It was
Right.
it was like $1,500 to do that one piece. So so that's where that comes from.
Okay. I had a question about the phone. Meredith, your phone is increasing, whereas the hubs isn't. Is there a reason for that? Is it just our provider upping our rates, or is something changing in your phones? I mean,
Well, the phones are different at the hub. It's a straight line for the hub.
Okay.
And the rec phones are tied into the town of Bristol.
Oh, okay.
But Taylor did do some research about the phones at the hub.
Yeah. So we're
Yeah,
actually,
go ahead, Taylor.
oh, so it's actually going to be a few dollars cheaper. Because so we found out that we've been, since I came on, since Alex has been there, since Taylor's been there, because that's the succession of who's been there the longest, there's no way to call out, or we didn't have any way to do any long distance calling. We couldn't call cell phones basically.
Okay.
And so on calling Waitsfield Telecom, because we had this, as we were looking at the budget, we're like, wow, we pay $1,300 a month. Why can't we call long distance? This is ridiculous. I found out that we can call long distance. We just had a special pin protected block on it so that teens couldn't call long distance, which I think has been there probably since we first got a phone there. And it was like $4. So basically it was then, yeah, you can call long distance. It's 11 cents a minute or whatever. You just need this key in order to call long distance. And it was $4 to have that key on there a month. So I was like, cool, let's get rid of that. And then we can just call long distance and it's cheaper. So.
Yeah, I can give you a little history on that. I think that was put on even before I got there, but I know that it was back in long before the cell phone became part of our everyday, and kids were using that to call home for rides and things like that. And anyway, that's where that came from, to the best of my knowledge.
Oh,
but
for sure,
yay.
Which makes total sense.
Yeah, but yay for you for figuring that out. And
yeah, I was happy to. Yeah, I was happy to get the breakdown, the itemized breakdown. I was like, oh wait, what? So yeah, just unearthing little details.
So did you make a decision about the $800? Are we leaving it or?
So.
The question becomes, I guess, if you're going to do a capital building fund or a capital fund for the skate park, can you reduce that and take some of that money that you would put in there and put it towards the capital fund?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because that's what it's going to turn into anyway, really.
Yeah, a little bit, except it just wouldn't, yeah, having a fund that can like kind of add up a little over the years would be a
Right.
lot
Yeah.
more useful. So yes, absolutely. We could, I think probably reducing that down to, I mean, because also the thing about any maintenance in the building is any maintenance the building needs is that it doesn't need $800 worth of maintenance. It needs $3,000 worth of maintenance.
Right.
If we're talking about substantial maintenance. Otherwise, it's fairly minor stuff. So yeah, I think we could reduce that down.
So can you do 500 for your capital and then just do it as 3?
Yeah. So put 500 in there, and then would
But
I mean
Jen
I
has a
could,
question. I'm probably not.
I was gonna say,
not doing-
Jen's raising her
Yeah, I know.
hand.
Yeah.
I'm like, uh-oh. Oh dear.
No, Taylor and I have had a discussion about this, so this is not new information
Okay.
to Taylor, but it's more like, so a couple things. To establish a true capital fund,
Right.
you all have to ask the voters to do so.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the next piece is where, like, how are you going to fund this?
Yeah.
Is the next, and it's not me trying to be negative for the skate park, because I agree that the skate park does need maintenance. But I mean, if you're going to fund it with $1,500 a year, then let's just put the $1,500 in the hub budget and let her use $1,500 a year to maintain the skate park. I know there's certainly some projects that are bigger, and certainly things that I know in the past, and Darla certainly could speak more to this, that like to do probably what really needs to be done is kind of an overhaul of the whole skate park, which is
Right.
thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, which we're probably never going to reach in appropriations, to do everything we need to do while maintaining.
Right. There's
So
a
in
plan
previous-
somewhere.
Right.
Right.
So in previous discussion that we've talked about just in other parts of the budget, you all had said that maintenance you were going to budget for and upgrades were going to be appropriations.
Hmm.
So big kind of overhaul type projects. So my suggestion might be to perhaps increase this line to $1,500 and rename it as skate park maintenance, with the idea it gives her the ability to use that
Mhm.
towards the skate park for the rehab over the year, knowing she gets from July 1, 2021 to June 30, 2022 to use the $1,500. And that if there's some big, large overhaul type of project that needs to be done, that's more money, you could consider using some undesignated fund money to do that. Just kind of a different approach towards it. I mean, I just think putting $1,500 away year to year is not really going to gain you any ground, knowing that this year, just to do what she needed to do, she had to spend, $1,100, and that's,
Right.
I'm sure she could easily spend $1,100 to $1,500 again next year. Am I wrong, Taylor?
I think we can. I think really it's going to be like so basically where we're at with the skate park right now is there's a couple of bigger projects that need to be done within the year. We need to resurface the at like the tarmac asphalt thing, probably ideally this summer, before it gets too far gone. And there are a couple of other features that either need to be torn down or torn apart and rebuilt. After that point, like at some point, we're going to be reaching kind of a stasis. And then it'll be kind of a stasis of like, okay, these are accessible projects that we can complete with a couple $100 or $1,000 or so. And then I think it's going to be a matter of the bigger projects, like taking apart, like really investigating the half pipe and things like that.
Is your maintenance line also for the building too, or is it just for the
Yes.
skate park?
The maintenance line at this point for this one is actually, I think, specifically for the building.
Okay. So if we take Jen's suggestion and we make that, do we want to do it for the skate park as well as the building, or are those things supposed to be kept separate?
Hey, can I jump in here for a second? Hey, Val, do you remember what our lease agreement is? Are we responsible for building maintenance? I thought that was.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I thought the whole idea is that the discussion that happened in terms of the community center idea was that the rec club no longer wanted to do any more maintenance because they felt the building wasn't worth it. But I don't know what the actual particulars of that meant.
In our current lease, they're not doing any more maintenance. Basically, they have some money set aside. So if the boiler explodes or if there's a catastrophic failure, they have support, but they can support us. But the day-to-day maintenance is for the most part on us, with some exceptions.
Yeah, they're
Like, what's
planning.
considered day-to-day maintenance versus like painting the building? Is that day-to-day maintenance or putting a new roof on?
I think when the new roof comes time, I think that's the end of the building. I think that's when it's like, all right, well, building's dead. So
That's the discussion that I recall when I was still there, is like they're just done with that building.
Yeah.
it's, yeah.
I think the building is done with the building.
We're limping
Which is
along.
which is a bigger conversation.
Yeah, it's bigger, and so it's kind of like so basically the hub building isn't going to last a terrible amount of time longer. And we're making it go, and we want to go for as long as we can, but at some point there's going to need to be some sort of answer there.
But isn't that part of its character and charm?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's going to be heartbreaking when it no longer exists,
Right.
but at some point it will fall in, I think. But I mean, it's really not in bad condition.
No, it's perfectly safe for our teens.
Yes. It looks great.
No liability there.
My suggestion, since it doesn't seem like, yes, you've used money for the skate park and that was in a separate fund that we can't see here, because that line, that 800 hasn't been used that much, my suggestion for this year or for next year would be to leave it as it is and use that money and not increase it to 1,500. Maybe change it to a skate park maintenance line instead of maintenance, but just keep everything as it is and then make sure that money is used for what it needs to be used for.
Or just with the understanding it goes to skate park and building maintenance combination.
Yes.
So if you need to replace your light bulb,
Right,
you
exactly.
can code your light bulb there, but if you need to buy a new piece of plywood for the skate park, you can buy it from that line as well.
Just change it to skate park /hub.
Yeah.
Maintenance.
Yeah. Okay.
Done. Do that right now, Jen. Type that in.
I don't have that many characters.
And
but I agree,
so-
Peter. We're saying the same thing.
So Jen, so can I circle back to a question that I had when you were talking about the like switching, if we were to like increase that amount, what is the difference between increasing that amount to 1,500 and maybe taking that away and putting in a $1,500 capital fund? If either way, the expectation is going to be $1,500 are going to be put in a place.
Well, so the difference would be is that appropriations come from a different part of the budget that is considered something separate on the tax bill, and that $1,500 isn't necessarily a substantial amount. I mean, if you're going to do a capital fund, typically, our technology fund, we've been doing what, $5,000 to $7,000 to try to actually build it. I mean, starting at 15,000, knowing that you could potentially tap into it right away is just not, I just don't see the ability to build the fund the way that you want to build the fund. So we'd have to figure out a way to really get it established. And then if it was just a $1,500 each year after that, whereas if you just increased your budget by the $700.
Jen, did you also state that it has to be voter approved to create that account?
Right. So the trick is that like the current skate park situation fund that we have going, the auditors lump together with our general fund because it's not an established capital fund by the voters. It's something that we just kind of created as this extra fund to kind of keep money separate. So for a capital fund to be a true capital fund, and Valerie certainly can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the voters have to establish it. Then we also have to establish it with some money. I mean, you certainly could say we want to establish a skate park fund and then not put any money in it or whatnot, but that wouldn't necessarily be beneficial. the other pieces that I'd need to look closer at too is what we consider actual capital things in the sense of how we add it to our asset list and how things start to depreciate in value. And that, you know, when we replace, like when we do small projects that are $5,000, we don't capitalize those projects because they just don't depreciate because it's not enough value. So I'd have to relook at what our policy says about that and how, like, if it determines something specific about, you know, capitalizing how big of a project it need to be. Does it need to be a $10,000 project?
So yeah, I think
It's funny, I was reading the audit today and I found that section in the audit that defined those things, and now I'm
so
trying to
I
find
think
it.
in terms of the capital fund for this particular project or this area, I think, Taylor, you would probably do it if the town owned that land. If we own the land and we own the building and we own the skate park, and we knew that in the next, 4 years, we needed to rebuild it. So that's when you would create that fund and you would say, okay, we're going to put 20,000 in this year. We're going to put another 20 in or 10 in next year. And then you would build towards the plan of fixing that building and making it better and redoing the skate park in some way, also bringing in grant money and things like that. I think for the amount that you want, the 1,500, it makes more sense just to keep it as a maintenance thing, because that really is sort of maintenance money, sort of month to month, something happened, need to fix this, need to update this, as opposed to really reconfiguring it, which is what a capital fund sort of mainly would be used for.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I would then, if my inclination then is to increase that, is to switch it to to skate park maintenance and increase it to 1,500.
Does that leave you, if you do that, what does that mean for your regular maintenance of the building? You don't have any money for that then?
We have supplies and
okay.
Yeah, but that's not maintenance.
So
I
still think I would make it skate park / hub maintenance. That way, if for some reason you have a $500 problem in the hub, you got a line to take it out of.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Then yeah, skate park / hub. Because I like $800 is kind of a funny amount for the skate park, so it's not quite enough to do any project all the way. All right, and then I guess it's going to be as we were touched on the hub's longevity and lifespan. I think it's all coalescing into like a bigger discussion of just the lifespan of the whole that area, because I think at this point the rec department and the hub are maintaining the skate park almost to a point of ownership, but we don't own the land, and so it's always that issue. But I think if and when a community center is erected, I would love to lump in a skate park with it so that we can have full ownership over it. And so obviously that's a bigger discussion and in a further year, because obviously not the year. And it's going to be a crazy thing. But anyways, just making that plug that it's such a massive resource, and we get so much. Even when I was actually on the phone with Waitsfield, I was on the phone with someone and they were telling me how them and their son come to the skate park all the time to use it. Like, it's such a huge asset, and seems to really appreciate in the community. So, but yeah, I think 1,500, this is a good way for us to be able to maintain it.
So just be, in terms of residents looking at this and looking at what you're asking for, a lot of people, including myself, look at that change difference from year to year. And so when they see 87% change increase, you're going to need to justify that.
For sure. Yeah. And I think, I can reference this discussion in that we switched the amount from being just a general maintenance fund to specifically something to the hub or to the skate park, because we zeroed out what was our skate park maintenance with doing some fairly major repairs over the summer.
Right.
So we,
It's just the skate park is something that we haven't seen the money being put towards it because it wasn't part of this, or that
Yeah.
those funds aren't seen here.
yeah,
Well, that's what I was gonna say, because you don't see what you have spent in the past.
That's
in
right.
this
yeah,
budget. We're gonna have to explain that.
yeah. And we can, and I can do that. And I was planning on highlighting the work we did in my town report section as well,
Right.
because it
Yeah.
was a pretty substantial project.
Yeah, a lot of the work was in the past was grant funded on that.
Yeah.
I would like to say, when is our contract up with the rec club? You know, at the top of your head?
For the
Um,
lease agreement? Usually it was 3 years, 3 or 5 years.
Yeah, but
I
I
just
think
want-
we changed it to 3 years last year because of the planning of a community center
Mhm.
and working with the rec club to create a community center. That's
Yeah.
it
I'm just
has-
wondering, we're paying $7,200 a year in rent and they're not doing any maintenance. So I'm just wondering if it might be time to try to renegotiate that number.
They are they.
I hope,
they have- they
John,
have
I
been
hope
doing
so.
some maintenance.
I
With
really hope
rec-
so. It needs to go up. The rec club members need to charge more. You guys are using a building.
No,
you-
I disagree. I
You're getting-
disagree. I think it should go down. Sorry, Joel.
Well,
don't-
you're
they're
getting
not-
the yard plowed, you're getting it, a building, and you're getting how much land in the front towards the skate park? $600 a month is a bargain.
I disagree, but that's another discussion for another time.
Okay. Bring it to the rec club. Please do.
Oh, don't you worry. I will.
Well, our next meeting for the
Can we
rec
move
club
on?
is, I think, December 21st.
Okay, thanks, Meredith.
Might get an early Christmas present.
Pottery Studio.
Pottery Studio.
Please,
All
let's
right.
move on. We got a
So-
lot more to do.
Yeah. Real quick, just want to say Motlock and the Pottery Studio have really carried us through with the whole COVID thing. We've been successful, and now that we're kind of on a pause, she's gone remote with her adult classes, so she's still providing a service to the registrations that have signed up, either by remote or sending out clay to the families, which is awesome. So just going through here, the labor, pretty much just, we're gonna keep it the same. The supplies the same. The kiln, just want to give you a heads up, I kind of figured out the math. It's like $40 to $45 each kiln run, and she's done an average to 12 to 13 kilns in a year. So we'll be coming under 600, but I have a question about the billing cycle of the 2020, because I see it's only $285, but I think maybe it got
No,
billed-
we pre-buy that propane, and at the end of the year we got a credit, so that is an accurate amount.
Okay, cool. But we'll be good for that. And then the heat is, I can't really do anything about that. Electricity,
the
rent,
building?
telephone. Pardon?
That's heat for the building?
Yeah, it does seem,
And that's pre-buy too, right, Jen?
I think so, but
I
don't
think
hold me
it
to
is.
I mean, it must be if you look at the current actual
Right.
at 13.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But you'll see that everything's pretty much straight across. Any questions about the clay studio?
Okay, so the Pottery Studio has their own phone in there too, just landline?
Right, and it's just a landline, and no long distance either there. All right, then heading down to the revenues. As you see, right now we are limping along. Obviously due to COVID. And our summer programs are pretty much what carries us through. So we know we have a good following for this summer and a good plan, and we'll just be adding more programs and probably sooner, and running them later. So we'll see more camps in August than we have in the past. I added a couple this summer. The swimming, let's hope that we have swimming. That would be helpful. Town appropriations, I've sent out my letters. The youth center looking pretty solid. The hub camps that gets put into there, and that was successful, and we're probably going to be running more as well. Pottery Studios doing well. Holly Hall events, hopefully, we'll have the events back on and we'll be able to do rentals. And right now I know that all you see is $75 in there, but obviously that's because of COVID.
And also the actuals are through October, the end of October. Yeah. Which might be slightly different than the numbers above.
There'll be a tiny difference. But anybody have any questions on the revenue? Okay, so just want to highlight, this is a positive because we're going to end on a positive. So we all worked hard this last summer, just kind of putting things together and figuring out COVID, plan A, plan B, plan C, what grants we can go for. And this is what we brought in for this last year. And we were able to get quite a bit of money for COVID-19 supply recovery. And we were able to get COVID-19 program recovery, which was a really big plus for helping us along. Anybody have any questions about those?
No, good job.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, that helped us stay motivated and positive through this whole time.
Yeah.
Any questions overall?
No. I think it looks good.
Yeah, it looks very good. Great job.
Great. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Meredith. Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you both.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night. Okay. Do we have the next budget, Jen?
Share that screen again.
Let's see here. I have it up. Sorry. I think this is the one. Share. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
I think. Okay.
So really the first several are really just whatever the salary is, and that is all based on percentages, right? There's really nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys have done any salary talk yet. And maybe you haven't, and that's okay.
Nope.
I did look up COLA the other day, which was an estimated 1.3%. Woo!
Woohoo!
So that's when Meredith was doing her budgeting. That's kind of the number that we gauged, just because I know you guys kind of use that as a guideline. But we also understand that there's total chance that it could all be level or whatever the case may be. So I guess that's a discussion for you all to have another time. Yeah.
So the one question I had on the admin computer is that the monthly fee for Windows 365?
Yep, for Valerie's email, 365, Dominion Tech.
Okay.
All that good stuff.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. Because I was gonna say, we just bought her a new one. So I was
Yeah,
like, oh, that
no,
was-
that came from the technology fund.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so that computer pays for that. So I'll double check that number, but I remember last year looking closely at that number.
Okay.
We haven't seen an increase yet, so. Valerie, do you want to talk about, do you want to level your training line or?
Where is it?
It's the cell that I should be,
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
how.
that's
it's on
fine.
the screen. The 200.
Yeah.
Okay. And then-
Most of it's been online anyway.
Yeah, I figured as much. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll down to public safety. Look at that. You guys are so fast. All right, we need to discuss, I can't see the whole.
This is me. It was like, we need to discuss whether we're gonna continue with this or not.
Right.
I mean, because right now, Bruce is the one doing most of the dog stuff
Agree.
that I've seen. And it would, I know that our dog officer depends on this money, but if we're not having him do anything, if we can get Homeward Bound to take him if necessary, do we need this line? And then that then begs the question of, then we don't have to spend the money on the dog pound.
What say you, Bruce?
Oh yeah.
Bruce got tired and left. Just
Did you eat? Oh no,
What?
he's still there.
What are you looking for?
You to be the dog officer?
Bruce just woke up.
No, do we want to handle the dog stuff? No. Do we handle it? We do what we have to make things work.
Well, that's my question though. You're doing
Right.
it all right now anyway.
And we're kind of we end up double paying is what happens. Because Bruce sends us, I mean, if they came to 116 South to pick up my dogs that were loose, then he's sending you a bill for his out of district time, which he should be doing. And then we're also paying, the officer the $100 a month stipend to be the officer who, by rights, because he's a town employee, can't go pick up dogs between, during his working hours. So then we still, it's kind of a lose in a sense because we are paying twice, not because we don't have someone who's not doing any, I mean, Bruce
Right.
has still been grateful in picking them up, but.
Well, if you just look at what that's 1,300, 1,000, 124, that's $2,500. And we wouldn't have to have the dog pound, which is in sad repair. And if we're talking about putting up a new public works building, that's one that we don't need to worry about if we don't do this.
Have we determined that the Humane Society will take our dogs on a regular basis? And
Well, if all the
is there
other
a
towns
fee?
do it that way, why can't they do it for us? I don't understand that. Eric says if they have a dog, they just bring it down. So I guess I don't understand why some towns can and we can't.
So
Is there
we need that
is there a
question
fee
answered.
associated?
Right.
Yeah. And is there a fee associated with it, and what's that? I mean, are we looking at paying the same thing?
But we have
I don't know.
But we have a contract with them.
Right.
$100 a year.
So Val, with that last dog discussion a few meetings ago, did it ever get to the point where any dogs went to Homeward Bound, or did it all get resolved?
It eventually got resolved right at the 11th hour of the 11th day.
Stay tuned.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we don't know the Homeward Bound answer, and we need to find out the Homeward Bound answer, because that then determines those 3 lines of what we're going to need for the future, as well as a dog officer.
Well, I can tell you that if they can get away with not taking it, they will. If they're going to make us take care of it for 10 days before we bring it down,
Right.
they will have us do that, because that's 10 days worth of food and supplies or whatever that they don't
Right.
have to deal with.
So Michelle, do you think I'm just trying to clarify what you said, because I know Starksboro has a dog officer. But is
Well,
it
I just
because
know-
they don't have a pound, so they just can bring it? Is that?
They do not have a pound. And my understanding with the discussions with Eric when we've talked about this is that he says when they have a stray dog, if they don't find the owner, they bring it to Homeward Bound.
But the problem is we often know or can easily, not easily, but often do find the owner or connect the owner to the dog.
Right. We need
Yeah,
like
but
an,
that's
an
Bruce doing
in-between.
that.
Right.
It's true. That is Bruce doing that.
Shall we advertise for a new dog warden, dog officer?
No. I think we just have Bristol PD be the dog officer. And I know Bruce is cringing at me behind his camera, but he's the one doing it. When you can't get a hold of someone, it's so many more phone calls. It's such a bigger headache to get a hold of someone. When the first phone call a lot of people make is to Bruce anyway.
Right.
You know,
Bruce,
they're calling the police department because there's a dog in the road. They're calling a police department because there's a stray on their lawn or a dog they don't know on their lawn. You know, it's.
So if that's the case, we need to keep those funds. We need to keep those funds, but we need to move them to the police.
Right.
Or the out of district services, right, Jen? Because that's what happens.
Right.
It's out
Just
of
increase your district non-district service by the $1,600.
So what if he catches a dog
Village.
in our police district?
Right.
Come out of the budget or come out of the police non-district services?
Well, he doesn't bill you. He doesn't do a bill.
Right.
Yeah.
He's not billing the town for that.
So it's all the people, you know, us non-district people.
But he's still doing I'm saying he's still doing a dog warden job. If he picks up our dog out here on Pine Street, he's still doing a dog warden's job.
Well, could we tell him that we want him to include that in his bill?
Should Peker, as Peker was saying, should we add 2,500 or?
I think whatever we're paying, the only fair way in my mind to do it is if we're budgeting that much money and we're going to ask the police to do it, whatever we're budgeting should go to the police.
Yeah.
Right. Why don't we just give it to them as a full-blown stipend for the year for all the in-village dog pickups? Or split it and say 800 is for village and 800 is for non-district.
Right.
Throw 800 in your non-district line, knowing you're going to get billed for that, and the other 800 Bruce gets as the police district gets as a revenue for the village dogs that he picks up.
Bruce, how much dog picking up do you do in a year?
Just check their Facebook page.
Yeah, I would have to look at the reports, but half a dozen anyway. I mean, it really isn't a lot in the district. We usually know whose dog it is.
Okay.
But we pick them up, drive them to the house, and make the exchange rather quickly.
Okay. So in terms of the dog pound, since do we want to put a dog pound in a new building, or if we completely take out the dog pound, are we then going to need a dog pound?
And then I say if we can't find an owner, then they go to Homeward Bound. We just need to work that out with our contract.
Right.
Right. There are times that we have to keep them overnight. And currently, if we keep them overnight, we put them in the holding cell.
That's great until you have somebody in your holding cell.
Exactly. We haven't run into that issue yet, but when we do, then we'll have a problem.
Well, maybe we just need to get you a dog kennel to keep in the building.
Isn't that called roommates? Don't you call that roommate?
Right,
Bruce,
exactly.
If we can hold them in a holding cell, why can't we put them in the holding cell to dog pound?
In the dog pound? Have you been to the dog pound?
Yes, I have.
Okay. The last time that there was somebody from a vet that went to pick up a dog or deal with a dog in our dog pound, they told us that is not a good place for animals. And I don't want to put a dog in there. The way it currently is, I'm not comfortable putting somebody's pet in there for any extended period of time.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if you're going to keep them overnight and you can't keep them in a holding cell, I mean, is there a reason we can't get a kennel? You know, one of the larger kennels that you can put them in for the night?
Right. No, I don't think there's any reason.
Yeah.
That's
So, I mean, maybe
cheaper
we
than
use,
building a dog pound.
right.
That's
I mean, maybe we use some of that money that we have for the dog pound and put it towards a kennel for Bruce
Yeah.
to have.
To keep at his house.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I don't want a dog. I don't want a
You
dog.
just,
Chief's house.
you just drive them to Lincoln and let them go, Bruce.
Cheaper.
God.
He could get him a large dog crate and put him in the Sallyport if he has a prisoner in the holding.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's what I was saying. Get him a dog kennel, which
Yeah.
is a crate. Yeah.
Okay, I like the suggestion of moving that money towards the police department, the non-district and in the district, and removing the dog officer, moving that around. I think that's a good suggestion.
Now, is that something we can actually do without a vote? Because that's not a voted position. Or is it an elected position? I don't
It's an
remember.
appointed position.
It's appointed.
It's
Okay.
The point,
And you think it's necessary to separate in town versus out of town and not just say, let's just give it to the police
I mean,
department and then it
the
doesn't
only
matter?
trick is that he either I mean, and Bruce would have to speak to this, but we either say you get the $1,600 for the year for doing dogs and it's in and out of district, or do the split like we just talked, but he can speak better to that than I can.
I just think it would be easier to just say, here's the money. That way he doesn't have to keep track of in town, out of town, and he just knows, okay, I'm getting paid this much money and I'll deal with the dogs.
Bruce, you can kill me tomorrow, but are you okay with that?
Now, here's a question, perhaps a delicate one. Is this salary compensation or is this departmental revenue offsetting over just general expenses?
I would say it's departmental revenue.
Yeah.
Because it'll be whoever's on duty getting the dog.
The dog warden position is a stipend to somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you're going to have him, if he's going to be the one primarily doing the job, then I would say that the stipend would go to whoever's primarily doing the job. And I'm guessing that's going to be Bruce.
Yeah, but Peter, if we're not having a dog officer anymore, then there's really no stipend.
I think we have to have a dog officer because all these other towns, even though they don't have towns, have dog officers.
Can the dog officer be?
But they don't have police departments.
Can the dog officer be the police department?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because there could be different shifts. You know, people on different shifts deal with different dogs.
Saturday officer on or Sunday officer on. And if, he has to go pick up, it's coming out of the revenue or being paid out of the revenue of the police department.
Right.
We're stumped.
I like it just $2,500 or $1,500 to the police department.
Because officers could end up doing it on different days and different shifts.
So are we just gonna leave that here like this? And then zero this out? And then I'll stop there. With the idea that'll be a revenue to the police department?
Yes.
I mean, there probably should be, well, where the dog pound line is, I guess we could buy the kennel this year with that money.
Right.
It's not being used for food, but there would still be supplies for food and treats or whatever. Leash, bowls, bedding for the thing.
I got a nice large dog cage sitting on my front porch. Been trying to give away. You can have it, Bruce.
My goodness.
It was for our big 120-pound dog, so it's a nice one.
You mean to say your little dog doesn't fit in there, Joel?
No. Mom won't put him in that one. Grandma won't. He isn't going in a cage.
Bruce, Joel will deliver that tomorrow.
Giving something for free, you can pick it up.
So do you want to put that at zero? Do you want to put some money in there just to have in case there's something that's needed?
Well, yeah, the question becomes is that if we're giving him the money as the police department's a dog officer and there it's departmental income, then there needs to be money for, if they have to keep them overnight for dog food and
What do you
whatever,
think
so.
about that number?
Yep. Looks good.
And if for some reason we do have to pay, because with the other one, I guess Homeward Bound had agreed to accept it because there was a time when we weren't sure if Homeward Bound was going to accept it. And if we had to put the dog in the other place, whatever, I don't remember the name of it, for 10 days and pay.
Comfort Hill.
Right, that one. But that probably won't be necessary going forward.
So the dog officer money or expense, who are you saying that goes to? I just put it in my notes.
That's gonna be police department, departmental income.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Bruce.
We love you, Bruce.
I'll buy you a cup of coffee tomorrow, I promise.
Don't let him buy you one though, Jen. It might be laced with something.
I know.
Come on, he's gonna get a free dog crate.
It's Jen's idea.
Hey,
I
it's
know.
fun.
But it's been my idea for years, Darla. I'm just saying.
All right, streetlights. Why are we at only 7,000?
Because of your credits there, right?
Oh yeah, great.
Well, that was
No,
my-
we don't. That's not part of the streetlights, though. I don't think.
That's only 3 months too.
Oh, it's only 3 months.
Well, no, July, August, September, October, 4
You're
months.
just taking what Valerie
Oh,
said.
that's
till
why. Okay, right.
1st of October.
4 months.
Should be
No, the
I
end
think
of October.
of October.
I don't know where those numbers came from.
Yeah,
So-
these should be. Yeah, I think Joel's right. It's the end of October.
Yeah. Okay, so 23 again.
Okay, so yeah, but so my question is that 23, does that take into account our credits? Should that be lower or should that, we keep that the same?
And you say we're not getting credits for
We
those?
don't get credits for streetlights.
Oh.
That's already on a particular rate.
Oh, okay.
Well, so we ended at 23,860 last year. Do you want to increase
2,400.
Probably.
24,000?
24,000.
I mean, excuse me.
It's gonna be awfully dark around here. What's the town traffic? Is that the lights?
That's the contractor patrols.
Yeah.
Oh,
Why is that?
wait.
Oh,
So why is the
yeah,
why is
it's
the
up-
lights? Why are the lights in? Oh, it's public safety. Okay, thank you.
Bruce, are you upping your rate again?
If you make me take the dogs, I'm in.
Good answer.
Yeah, very good.
Now I've got to, I haven't had a chance to review to see what we've done for the past few months. We may just keep it the same.
All right, so I'll leave that at 12.
Okay.
Is that where we could split the half that 1,500, put 12 there and 800 up the top? Someone's gonna say, oh yeah, it's all going to, you're picking up town dogs with district money.
He's just not gonna bill the district for picking up non-district dogs.
Yeah.
'Cause he's gonna
Okay.
get the full-blown stipend,
Right.
right? Did I understand that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Figured that was the easiest way to do it.
It is, for sure. So the.
And the town, Bruce, correct me, 23 non-district, that's like when you go, state police ask you to go first.
Yes.
You earn half an hour before they get there, you bill for out of the district, right?
Correct.
Different than town traffic where you go up and run radar and stuff for an hour or so.
Right. Correct.
All right, thank you.
Non-district, same.
Yeah.
66.
Although they were 6,600 last year, 5,400 the year before that.
Remember, he upped his rates.
Okay.
So that's why we increased it to 66 last
Okay.
year.
All right, then let's save it the same.
Okay. We're getting closer. All right, sorry, I'm just getting a little bit further down the page. Election workers next year should be only unless you all have something up your sleeve, should be
We
a
only have one.
a one election year.
Right, so then you put it back down to your
We can
1500
drop
or
it
1400.
for
Okay,
sure.
great.
Yeah.
The only thing that we noticed was that we have to pay our election workers, if we're going to pay them, which we do, minimum wage. So that's an adjustment we made.
Okay.
Well, if Bernie Sanders gets in as the wage person, you're gonna have to pay him $15 an hour. So you might
Well, I
want to
know
take that into
the,
consideration.
so the 1400 looks like it was okay for that off year there. And then, I mean, I guess you won't really know until, I mean, if you were to change, this would be where you'd want to change depending upon the ballot.
This is gonna be the.
I mean, it'll be
ballot.
next year, so it would mean that you were going to change forever, not just this year,
Mhm.
is what I'm trying to say. So you could put it at the 1600, assuming we're all going to go back to normal, or which it sounds like was kind of a general consensus, but I could be wrong.
I think 1600 is fine.
Okay.
Or the 17, as Michelle suggested.
You said 17, Michelle. I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Yeah,
you.
I said.
Well,
that's
in
what I
her
wrote down.
in the column right there.
That's what I wrote down.
Oh, geez. Not even paying attention here.
Yeah, don't put my 4 in. I don't know. I think I had a comment on that and I didn't put it in.
That's because you were trying to figure out how come it was so expensive and how many votes are we gonna have?
Hopefully just one, please.
Right.
Okay, town offers salaries. You guys got some comments in here. Breakdown of this. So this is, I can't read the whole thing.
It
Can
says
you?
this is what the taxpayer decided, so I assume that it changes at town meeting, and there's really nothing we can do about it. I mean, it's just a best guess, because we never know how many meetings we're gonna have or what the taxpayers are gonna do at town meeting.
Yes, so this is your stipend that you get for being good Samaritans, sitting here till 10:40 at night on a Monday, and you're $15 a meeting because you're a little bit under minimum wage right now, probably.
Sounds about right.
So that's what this is. So Michelle's absolutely right, and the only thing that we can totally predict is what your stipend will be.
Okay.
And then after that, it's hit or miss for the number of meetings you have. And they upped it for the chair last year, right?
Yeah, they
Michelle's
upped it
making
to
good money.
$15 a meeting for the chair.
What?
Rather than 10.
Michelle's making good money. She's not going to give this up, guys. Watch
Oh,
out.
really? I just told Ian the other day I don't like being chair. But you can't even guarantee the stipend, because if town meeting, somebody could say, well, I suggest we up their stipends to
Except
$1,000.
this year they
and then
can't. This year
That's
they
right.
can't.
Right.
Because it'll be on a ballot.
Right.
So that might be
That's
something
true.
you might have to change. You might have to put an actual amount on the ballot. I don't know if that's.
And who's going to up our
Just the
stipends?
budget's
Come
gonna
on
be,
now.
Ken, just the budget's gonna be on the ballot, isn't it?
I think all your articles will be on the ballot, right?
Yeah, but he's saying just the total budget. You're not going to have a line
Right.
item.
No, but one of your questions is to set the salaries. One of your articles is to set the salaries of the officer,
Right.
which is you all, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know. Whatever your pleasure is, we can follow.
I might as well leave it as what it is right now.
Yeah. 75.
That's what they'll do.
Right.
And
And
then
then
this is for
yeah.
me. This is my.
Right, is this a set fee, Jen, right?
Yeah, usually it follows whatever increase you guys do for salaries.
Right. Right.
So I haven't done any calculations clearly.
Oh.
So
So, and Ian, you had asked about the health officer, the next line.
Yeah.
That was doubled because we didn't pay Diane that one year.
Okay.
right.
We didn't get her pay, so that's why it doubled.
Okay. I
Yep.
figured that's the reason.
But it's $500 a year.
Okay.
And Ian, it looks like you asked how this is calculated for the tax collector as well.
Right. So it's based on the salary increases.
Yeah, and it's just a stipend that started out at, $5,000 when I first
Okay.
took the delinquent tax collecting job because I think Therese initially brought it in-house
Right.
to save money a long time ago at this point.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so 500 for the health officer stays the same. And then, yeah, those.
That's all percentages.
yeah,
Yep.
I'll calculate that percentage. Officer training, Valerie, this is where we've been coding Zoom too, is that right? Because we decided there wasn't like a kind of like a supply
Well,
line
I
or
think other people decided to code it there. My recommendation had been to make a new line item under meetings and elections and code it there. But that wasn't popular. So I guess it's been coded to training.
yes, because a lot of that money hadn't been getting used. So we had been deciding to use the training money to pay for Zoom.
And that's fine, but I think we do need, if we're going to continue with Zoom, we probably do need to put it under either a separate line item or
Yeah.
change this because it's not really training.
Right.
With Peter and I, it is.
How to use Zoom.
Yeah, for YouTube, yes. But
What if we made it like training and like meeting, training and meetings, with the idea that if you had to use some other form, other
Maybe officer training / Zoom expenses.
or meeting expense.
Well, we don't want to get
or-
specific because we could use any software. I think officers training and meetings, I think that'd be fine. Because it's pertains to the officers.
how about virtual meetings?
I just want to, because if you just say meetings, well, they say, well, you're already getting paid for meetings up above.
Oh, I
We
see.
would say this is a platform, right?
Right.
Versus the actual.
Well, we're getting paid for salary, so that's our salary. But yeah, training and meetings, I think it's clear.
So then the only kicker is you're going to have to up this if you guys are going to stay on Zoom or pick another platform or whatever your pleasure is.
What's the annual fee for the Zoom for this version?
Do you remember, Valerie?
I think is it $12 a month?
That sounds right.
Because we signed up for an annual subscription. I think it was $15 a month, but because we committed to a year, it was a little less per month.
And do we have the version that can handle large meetings? Or is it just a limited number?
I think once you get a subscription, it handles larger, but if you do the free version, you can only have a limited number of guests.
I know our office had to, I don't know if there was an increase, but we had to make an arrangement with Zoom early on during COVID when we were handling like 200 plus, people meetings I don't know if there was an increase, but we might want to just be clear about that.
Okay. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yep, Sharon did all the research on that.
It's 100 participants. That's what the town pays for.
Oh,
So
that's
we
it.
might- and
We
the
may
next
have
step,
to evaluate that for town meeting.
Right.
the next step up is it's $150 a year, and it's what Core pays the same. And the next step up, looking at the Zoom website, is $100 or $200 a year, which isn't a huge jump, and that can hold up to 300 people. And then you're up to $300 a year, where it's unlimited. We probably won't get up over 300 participants, so we could budget, and we probably want to bump up to maybe the higher one if we start to get it, or we could budget for that.
We can budget $300. Go make it from 200 to 300.
Or 150 to 200.
And I wonder if it's just 1 or 2 meetings a year that would be big, if there's a way to talk to Zoom and say,
Yeah, I'm curious.
is
about
there
that
an a la
too.
carte sort of?
Yeah.
Well, we budgeted 200 last year, Ian. I'm just wondering if.
Well,
Oh, I
and
see what
that's
you mean,
just
right.
for like your trainings. That really
Right.
wasn't Zoom.
Right.
That's true. So we might want to up that to as Joel said, like 300, just to cover a couple of different things.
So 300. Okay.
Okay, so my question with this, Jen, is do they submit a bill? I mean, do they have to request payment from
Yeah.
the Conservation Commission?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
so
think so this is some
It's
of
not,
this.
it's not payment for meetings though.
No,
Oh,
this
it's
is
not?
like,
No.
no, this is like, I think it's two things. I think it's Green Up, and I think to be a member of Green Up, and I think it's also like there's some state conservation commission group,
Right.
which I think is $50 annually. So I think $100 is those two specific membership fees that
So
we
it's like dues or something
Right,
like
yeah,
that.
right.
So then can we put this down on like 200 or 150 since they haven't used it?
Well, probably, they'll probably use the green up closer to spring, won't they? So we have another 100 there.
Well, the 100 is just it's just for to be Green Up, like to participate in the Green Up Town, which I think means that the state comes and gives you the bags. Like we don't pay for the bags.
Right.
So I think just paying that $50 membership fee to Green Up makes us a member of that. But I am speaking out of context, so I don't really know, to be honest.
I mean, I'd like to, for these two things, I'd like to get better clarity. Can we put them somewhere else? So two things. I think both of those groups probably know very little about that this money actually exists. When I was the chair of the Energy Committee, no one told me that we had $100. $100 doesn't really get much anyway. You know, I'd like to see maybe both be funded the same amount, and then have those commissions and committees know about it and know how to use it. Because it would be useful.
What it can be used for.
That's right, and well, know that they can use it for anything. You know, whether it's promoting, you know, Button Up and doing marketing and stuff like that, or doing Green Up Day. I think it's nice just to have a little stipend available to a committee. It's a useful thing to have. But so is there an easier way for us can it go somewhere else that makes more sense, or is this the best area for it? And then can we fund them both the same so each committee is equal? I don't know, the Planning Commission doesn't have any, but I guess they're like at a, you know, they're a committee or commission, but I guess they're at a different level.
Well, they get to use some of Chris's budget if they need it for printing.
Oh, right, that's right, yes.
So they do have access to money, as does the ZBA. Same thing.
Right.
I mean, I would say just because it's here, it's more of a pain to move it, but I think it's, as you said, lack of knowledge, knowing that funds are there. And
yeah.
I wouldn't be able to make a good suggestion to these committees what they could use it for, just because I don't know. Like, no one's ever called and said, we're paying for all this printing, or we're paying for, you know, so like, I couldn't say, oh, we have money to do that. But I don't really know if they're spending personal money on things. I wouldn't know what they're spending their personal money on.
Right. They are. I mean, I have done in the past when I was in that committee. And I think because I didn't know, so it's like, I'll just get some things printed. I mean, they're generous, but I think we should, you know, fund this in a way, how we want it, and then say, hey, these two committees, commissions, just so you know, you have a stipend of this for a year that you can use for any variety of things to do with your committee or commissions. And it seems like because the conservation one is being used, someone knows about it, but it would be just a general thing that I think we should tell those committees and commissions so they know. The Energy Committee obviously doesn't know because there's nothing been spent the last 2 or 3 years.
So you could save yourself $50 and give everybody $200, which would pay for the dues, and then give each group $100 to use for events, promotions, printing.
I would, before making that choice, I would suggest that 200 each. I think that would be great. I would like to talk to the Conservation Commission chair before that, because if they expect 350 and we've changed it, and I made that suggestion, that doesn't look, wouldn't be happy about that. So
those $100, Ian, is the same thing. They have not used the money, because the $100 is a dues form that comes to the town office that we fill out.
Yeah.
So they're in the same boat that the Energy Committee is in, which they don't know that they have money.
Right. Right. So if they don't know and you're changing it, does that then matter? Let me talk to the chair. I know Carolyn, and just ask her about that. And I can talk to Sally, the chair of the Energy Committee, as well. And maybe make a recommendation to them, like, we're looking at your budget, we're looking at doing a $200 stipend or amount for each of the committees, is that okay? Does that sound reasonable?
That works for me.
Okay. I shall do that.
I'm gonna put 200 in,
Yeah, I think that's
and
good.
then when you tell everyone different, we'll change it. Or
When everyone yells at me for changing that.
right,
like you
that's
said,
it.
like you said, Ian, the energy committee, when they had their button up things, they could have coffee in the morning or something.
Right.
And
It would have been useful to have that. I mean, we paid for it, we got it donated and stuff like that, which was great.
That's it. You're done. You made it.
Piece of cake, budget's done. Wrap it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not done yet. We're just done with the budget. Jen gets to leave.
Do I? What else do you have left? Can't be much.
Technology fund for the zoning laptop.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can't leave quite yet.
Yeah, you can't leave.
Okay. So we're done with that piece?
Yes.
Just got my bedtime reminder on my phone, so
Just Buttercup.
just letting you know.
Thought you were dozing there.
Okay. Request for authorization to use technology reserve fund to purchase a new zoning administrator laptop, computer, and peripheral computer items.
So
I
moved.
love your description, Val, of what happened to the zoning administrator's laptop.
Wait, what did happen? I haven't read that.
Committed suicide.
Yeah.
So moved.
You want them out or no?
Yeah, I'm not giving Chris free.
Valerie.
I was
Valerie
like, wow, Joel, that's good
No,
for
Valerie
you.
said it in her.
No, she didn't.
I got $5,000 here somewhere.
No,
No, that's the amount that's in
no.
the technology fund.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Paid for, no, the computer elections. I'm sorry.
So wait,
Um,
if the commuter, so can I have a little bit more detail on this? Was anything lost and not recoverable if a computer died? Do we know the severity of it? Is it just Chris telling us this, or do we know what happened to the computer?
Most of his stuff is on the cloud.
Okay.
But there were a few saved files to his hard drive, but they were not consequential.
Okay. And it did break, and do we know how it broke? Is it just age
Almost
of the
blew.
machine?
It almost inflamed. It died.
Okay. And what's the age of the machine?
A smoky, fiery death.
When was it purchased?
2014, 15.
Okay, so was he in line to get a new one anyway, as part of the yearly or whatever system we have in place?
To be completely honest, I have no idea.
Okay,
Ian, I don't think we have a system in place.
I thought we
don't.
did. I thought we were
We
upgrading
have-
machines.
We have ages of machines and
Right.
all of that. And so once we got Valerie's machine
Yeah.
desktop replaced, we've been a little bit at this standstill of, I think everybody's kind of okay, but I think by next year, we're going to need to start the next rotation of replacing computers.
Okay.
Some computers again, because they're going to start to age out.
And what was the status, Val? What was the status of your replacement? Did you get a replacement laptop?
Yes,
you-
I am using a replacement laptop, and this is going to be, turns out it's going to be my only computer, because Peter Ryan's computer, which was my old computer, older computer, is misbehaving. And so the desktop that is in my office now, I use it when I'm there because I like using it. I like the screen. I like it better. The laptop is convenient, but I like the other one better. But because I'm not there, and I do have this laptop as an alternative, and so we're exploring swapping out that desktop and giving it over to Peter to use for a reliable computer. Although that one is also beginning to misbehave. I've had to call Dominion Tech a couple times on that.
Okay. Did the laptop that you get, Val, was that a new laptop, or was it just new to you?
brand new, and it was paid for, it was originally paid for through, I think, the technology fund, but we got a COVID grant to reimburse the expense.
Okay.
$1,500.
The reason I asked, I wasn't sure because I know you borrowed one from, I think, Bruce.
Bruce.
I wanted you to have the best laptop because I feel it's more useful, and so if it was that we were upgrading, I would want to swap things around. But if that was a new machine, that's fine. And then we can focus on Chris getting a new machine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have the same model that I borrowed from Bruce.
Okay. And then what are the other peripherals with the laptop? Because that depends on how much money we want to spend.
There's none.
Well, Chris is looking into a cable that I can hook up the laptop to my monitor, so I can take advantage of the larger monitor.
Right. Okay.
But as far as for the Chris one, there is no extras.
It's just the laptop. And do you have a recommended model? Would you get something that's similar manufacturer, all that, with what the rest of the town has?
I think he had a 17-inch laptop, which he liked because he did like the screen size of that.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got the quote from Dell today, it is a Mobile Precision 5750 that is a 17-inch screen. And that price is $1,824.22. And we typically go through Dell because we get the state contract amount because they host the state contract.
Right. So can we make a budget for that, or do we need to add a little bit more for something else?
I mean, he has an extra screen already in his office, so when he can come back to work, he can hook up. He can take the laptop with him.
Okay.
He's already got a printer in his office. I don't know if he uses it or not, but
we don't get charged sales tax, right, Jen?
Correct.
Okay. And the other laptop will be recycled?
Yeah, I assume, yes, it'll go right down to the solid waste district.
Okay. All right. I guess I make a motion to approve the purchase of a laptop for the zoning administrator for the quoted amount.
Second.
Okay. Any more
Jennifer.
discussion?
Yeah.
All that stuff is removed and the hard drive in that computer is destroyed before you take it down.
No.
It sounds to me like it's already destroyed.
Yeah, it won't boot.
I mean, we typically, there's not, the only person who really would have potentially really confidential information on the computer would probably be Valerie. I mean, most of the stuff we all work on.
Financials would be you.
But financials is all public information.
Account numbers and things.
All public information.
The sensitivity perhaps would be someone's ability to log into the computer and access those areas and manipulate things. That's the primary risk.
I mean, I don't save any of my passwords in my logins. I type them in every time.
I'll just say if you ever need them destroyed, just give them to me and I can get them destroyed.
Come on by, Joel. I'll trade you a dog crate for some computers.
I'll drop that off to Bruce. I already promised that to Bruce. And Ian's going to get 4 barrels. So.
That's great.
We're cleaning up your garage.
Cleaning up my yard out back. Thank you, Dan.
Star
need a fire
is loving
hydrant?
this. Star is loving this.
Need a fire hydrant too?
No.
Fire hydrant.
He's got that.
Fire hydrant.
All right, we voting on
ready
this?
to vote?
Let's vote.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Approval of October 26th, November 2nd, and November 9th meeting minutes. I have given my changes to Val, which were very few.
Same here.
Okay.
Yep, I didn't have any.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion?
So Second.
Okay, that was Joel and Ian. You can fight over who's doing the motion and who's seconding. Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Accounts payable and liquor license. Did you get the warrant, Tasha? Okay. Was there any liquor license, Jen?
No.
No, okay. What was I don't have the warrant. Maybe I do have the warrant. I don't. Somebody got the warrant number right handy?
Yeah, it's 180,942.01.
Okay, thank you. Select Board Roundtable. Peeker, we'll go with you since you've been gone.
Hey, there's nothing to complain about because I haven't been here.
Well, that's why I went with you first. Joel.
We just approved minutes. How many more backlog do we have, Valerie?
I believe one,
This year or last year?
2018.
Okay. All right. And then
Well, neither.
we either Thursday night, Valerie and I attended a Zoom meeting with Addison County Solid Waste. Possible some changes coming there, but doesn't really affect the town much. But so that's it for me.
Hey, Ian.
Following up on the phone system, we talked about that last week. I was curious if anything had been done on that to improve the speed and make sure Val wasn't getting calls from a bunch of random people.
Well, Jen and I did have a conversation about it, and at the moment, no changes have been made. And I can, since Jen is here, let's let her. I'll let her explain.
Well, I just think we're at this weird point where we've trained enough people now to reach option 5 that if we change the layout on the phone system, that we're going to be in the same position that Valerie's in now, which is still getting phone calls that she might not or shouldn't potentially be getting. They should be coming to the front. So 2 things Valerie and I discussed. One was eliminating 453-2486 and just getting a brand new line for the lister's office, because 2486 is just a really old number that's always been associated with the town. And because people call that, it directly rings into the lister's office, so it surpasses that phone system because it's their direct line. So if you pass out your direct line, it rings right in your office. You don't have to listen to the automation. So Valerie and I had agreed that we thought nixing that line completely, which then would force people to call 2410. Sorry, Joel, I know you like to call 2486, but
how long has that line been in service? 40
well, ever since I've been there.
Why?
Because it's
why can't you get the phone system so you ring either 2486 or 2410 and goes through the automation?
The phone system does not work like that anymore. We had 2486 before, because when you dialed if I was on the phone with Michelle on 2410 and Ian called 2410 and it was busy, he'd call 2486. It was the alternative line to the office. That's a non-existing problem with the phone system that we have.
So you're saying the 2486, you're saying get rid of it because people are calling that number. It's not getting them to where they want. It's getting them to the listers.
To the listers only.
Okay. All right. I was trying to figure out why to get rid of that number, but now I understand why.
Yeah, and then you stay on hold for 15 minutes because they.
Well, right. So what would happen is now you'd call 2486 and it would say that number is no longer in service, or maybe you get some other nice new person who gets 2486 as their phone number, who says, I don't know what you're looking at. I can't help you with your tax bill. And
you've called the wrong number.
Right.
It's gonna be Joel calling that number too.
So can we if we get rid of it, why do we need to get them another number? If the town office number is 2410 and you can get all 5 departments.
Because we each have each office has their own phone line number. Like Sharon has a number that's specific to her office. I have a number specific to my office. Valerie has one specific to her office.
The same way National Bank of Middlebury, I'm sure, is too, Joel. I have a specific.
Like when I call out, it says I'm 2410, but I could tell you what my.
What's Valerie's number? Call out or call in.
I never call it, so I don't know.
Well, usually what happens when you pick up your handset, it usually will tell you on your screen.
Yeah, it's right on the top of her phone, but
my point I'm trying to make, we have 2 telephone numbers, correct?
Well, we have more than 2 telephone numbers.
Well, we only have 2 that you dial, 2410 or 2486.
No, 2410 is the one that you should dial. Then we each have individual lines inside the office which is why we have the capability to do this automation of a phone system, because it basically transfers you to another line when you make your selection. So when you call 2410 and you say, I want to talk to Valerie, and you press 1, it's doing a transfer to her phone line. So it's only ringing
Okay.
in her office. So she has her own number. The
Okay.
lister's own number is 2486.
But
And
why
it's
can't it?
paid-
Okay, eliminate that 2486 and don't
Yep.
get another number. It's 2410 and go through the list, and number 6 is the listers.
Well, I have to have a different phone number to be able to transfer them to. That's all.
So Joel, what you're saying, she's not getting a separate telephone line for them. They will be issued a line through the system.
Different number, yeah.
So like Jen's number may be 989-3614. Theirs would be 989-3615 or whatever it is.
Oh, so their new
They'll
number.
just get their line assigned to them.
It'll be invisible to us, but
Okay, their new number won't be public information where you.
Right.
Unless they give it to somebody.
Okay,
Right.
is that what you're saying?
Right. So unless Mark said to you, hey, Joel, I'm in the office, call me, and here's the number 453-6767 or something, and you
Oh,
dial
okay.
that, it would ring directly there like it does now. You
Okay.
have to dial 2486.
Now I'm a little clearer. I was just thinking we're
Sorry.
getting a number they've been using for 40 years to get them a new number. We have to have the train the public again. That's what I
No.
was confused about. Okay.
So I think that's a good idea, just to have that single number. The one thing I would like to do is, let's monitor over the next month, if Val continues to get people's messages and calls that aren't for her, that means we haven't trained people. And I'd like to have your number, number 5, that'd be the first option on the message.
Okay, but I'm going to counter you with, in the next month, I'd like to see us publicize more about the new phone system and who to reach and how to do it, because I don't think we did a good job when we transitioned. We just kind of ripped the Band-Aid.
Okay.
We did
I do think that'll help. I still think it's too slow. And it feels like you're waiting forever. And I think the first number that you should be able to push, and the first thing that's told to me is the clerk or the treasurer, mainly the clerk number. I think that should be the prominent first number, because that's the majority of calls that you're going to get, is my guess.
Right. Or people who don't wait, just push 1.
Right. And if they don't wait, it's going to come to you, but that's what the clerk is supposed to do in terms of taking those calls. I don't think it should be the town administrator taking random calls for people who aren't getting things. I think that's a waste of time.
Okay, I mean, we certainly can try. I mean, no matter what, whoever is the first person is going to get calls that aren't for them, because now we're going to get Valerie's calls once we start to change it over. So that's the only thing I'm trying to
but you're not
Valerie's.
Right. I'm not suggesting changing the number where Val would be 1 or Val would be then turn to 5. I think you could just say in that message, you could say, to reach the town clerk, press option 5. To reach the town administrator, press option 1. Like keep the numbers the same, because I agree, like people have learned that now. And if we change that, then we're really screwing people up. But it would just be the order in which you put those numbers.
Okay.
Which I know sounds confusing, but I've listened to other messages where it's like the first option is 5, and I'm wondering why, and it's probably because of the same reason. They've just swapped things around. Do you think
we could just add a clause to the beginning that would say all general inquiries press 5, and then still do our list in numerical order?
Oh, probably, yeah. That might work,
like listing us randomly.
Yeah.
Then people could still have some kind of flow, but we could just say, thanks for calling the town of Bristol. Still the same beginning. And then the last sentence before you start reading says, if you have any general inquiries, please choose option 5.
I think that would be useful.
List it that way, with the idea that we could still be in numerical order. Yes. I'm a numerical person, so I like to.
No, I think that's fine. I think if you had that, and I think if you implement that, you'll probably see a huge difference in the calls that Valerie gets that aren't for her.
Yeah, but I also think we can just do a better job in general.
I think so too, yeah.
You know, like saying to people, if we're going to put it in our email, you know, you can reach me at 2410 extension 5, and Valerie can add to her email, which she probably already has, but I haven't noticed, but extension 1 or whatever, so that when people call, they know which button to press.
Right. And we can put it on the town website too, in terms of the detail, the order of which the message is and stuff like that. That'll help. And I can work with you on that.
Awesome.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
That it for you, Ian?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, Darla?
Self. The only interaction, the only person I heard from this week was a downtown merchant, and we've discussed that already. But my question that I have is, we discussed a while ago, I think it was when we did our tour, about possibly changing the wording on the handicap accessible sign at the town hall. And I just wondered if we had looked into that and if that's going to happen.
Which one? Oh, the one on the side?
Yeah.
The one on the back side, or you're talking about the one on the front?
I was talking about the one on the front that's toward the road facing. Well, if they're both the same, they should both be changed. Because I believe they both say handicap accessible, and I think they just need to say accessible entrance. And we had talked about that a while ago. I didn't know if anyone had had the opportunity to look into getting new signage for that.
I don't believe so. I know I haven't.
And
That
Jen
was all?
probably had no clue.
Right. So that was my only
Oh,
question for this
sorry.
evening.
Is that something we could put Sharon on to look for different signs? Or is Eric the one that puts those
Yeah,
up?
we could probably just have Eric order them through whatever his general sign company is, and then just pay it out of the maintenance line. I think we also, when Bill had those signs made many years ago, he wanted them to go with the decor of the building, so they're not maybe as noticeable as I might like to see them, because they're white signs with the green lettering, so they matched the building. So it might be time for you all to give some guidance if you want the same or you want something different that's a little bit more noticeable. Only because, like, the one on our front door, I think probably says the same thing, Darla, and it just has the arrow.
Right.
And people do not know that there is a handicap entrance to the left. For
I mean,
our,
universally, they're usually light blue, I think, right?
I mean, while I agree with matching, I think for this particular thing, I think it should be blue. I think it's people know that and what to look for, and so I think we should just go ahead and get those changed,
Okay.
and have it be the standard universal color and design.
And we used to order from a place in Virgins. I remember picking up signs there before for things.
Yeah, there's a place in Pittsford, Vermont that has them. Used to be has them right in stock. I have a catalog at work that has.
Okay.
You can have them in 2 days.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, I think we should get those ordered and get those.
Jennifer, I
swapped
can
out.
send you that link, that catalog tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay.
Do we need Joel, are you making yourself a list of all these things you're doing tomorrow?
Right.
We got 3 things right up here.
Do they need to be a particular size? I mean, are we looking to replace the same size that we have? I just wonder if that's a special. I don't know. I'm guessing that it's not a standard size. Usually, they're in a different configuration.
There is
I
an
don't know. You
OSHA
can-
there is a standard. You got to have them so high, and they got to be 5 feet off the ground and on a post, and they
I
can't,
would guess that our current ones don't meet that standard.
they can't be painted on the ground. You can have the paint on the ground, blue, wheelchair accessible thing, but you can have that as your second, but you can't have that as your first and only.
I'm
But
thinking
this
that our
is for a parking spot. This would be for the door, Joel. Is that the same standard?
I believe so. Let me check that tomorrow in my book.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. That's all I had.
Okay, and I'm good. Okay, town administrator's report.
I don't think there's anything I intended to add to my written report. If there is, I'm not remembering what it is.
Okay, so the only other thing then would be that grant application.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So if nothing else on yours, then let's do the grant application.
Thank you,
Good night,
Jen.
Jen. Thank you.
Hi, John.
Hi, Jen.
Bye, Jen.
I guess one thing I would add is to update you a bit on my schedule. It is in my TA report, but I will not be in the office at all this week. I plan to be offline most of tomorrow. And then, of course, then there's the rest of the week for the holiday. I will be in the office on Monday next week and Friday. And a little on and off parts of that next week.
Can we schedule our meeting, Val, I guess next week?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep, that'd be great.
Okay, So, Grant.
Yes, I'd like to apply for $300,000 to try to advance the Basin Street project. I know that that does not even come close to the total project cost. I expect that this will be a multi-year project and that I will, if awarded, then we would try to bundle it with other funding sources as well as budget in our capital budgeting.
So moved.
Wait a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just Valerie, do we have a preliminary best guess estimate?
When I applied for the municipal highway and stormwater mitigation grant, the budget I came up with was over $700,000. But that includes a lot of stuff and project management and engineering oversight and engineering and final design and all that stuff, which we'd still need to do. But that's where that figure comes from.
Okay. Is there, or Peter, maybe this question to you, you were gone last week, or did Eric talk to you more about the Briggs Hill slide? And did he get back with ECI about that 500 feet of retaining wall, or what do you call it, those?
Sheet pilings.
Sheet pilings that they were going to give him a price last week, and I meant to ask him tonight, but we were on other.
No, I haven't heard anything about it.
Okay, talk with him tomorrow, Eric, or Peter, about, he came to me about, because he said there's about 300 feet of the road that slid on the Briggs Hill, and he asked me to ask ECI about sheet pilings, and they got about 500 feet they want to sell. So he was supposed to get a price from them installed, so. Not that we're gonna do that right off, but he wants to possibly budget for next spring or summer. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, the only thing I'll other mention, I saw the post from the sheriff's department on the dumping up on the Notch Road. It was like,
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Michelle. As Valerie knows, we talked about that at our Zoom meeting at Addison County Solid Waste on last Thursday night. And the sheriff's department does get a contract with the Addison County Solid Waste about illegal dumping and trash burning and things. So I mentioned that the chief also. If we go to a illegal burn, we should notify the sheriff's department or Addison County Solid Waste. So they'll follow up and do the follow up to that homeowner or illegal dumping like up in the upper notch. They contract with the solid waste. So
okay. All right. We don't have executive session, right?
Nope, I don't think so.
Thank God it's 11:30.
Wait, did you vote on that grant?
No, we didn't. Okay, so Grant, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
take a motion.
Oh,
Okay, Jolie motion. I heard Peeker second. All those in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good
Aye.
night.
you
Thanks,
next time.
everyone. Happy Thanksgiving.
You
Happy
too.
Thanksgiving, everybody.
Hi.
Where's the leaving meeting here? All right, where's my little